what's going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate y'all being here. Sorry for being fashionably late. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It's a big one. It's a big episode for sure. A lot to get through, a lot of things that I had to prep and kind of organize. The main reason why I was late, and this is something that hasn't happened to me since volume 4 of the discussions, for any of you guys who were around back then when I was first doing these discussions. But similar to what happened then, and it hasn't happened to me in well over 2 years, but I put everything into OBS between yesterday and this morning, and I go into OBS and half of the images and half of the clips are gone. So I'm like, what the hell? So I had to, I was originally supposed to stream like 2 hours ago. Wait, slow mode's on? Is it? Hold on. Wait, slow mode is off? Yeah, it's supposed to be off. Like, do you mean it's on? Or it's off? Hold on. Oh, well, hold on, give me a second. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. Yeah, I mean, the discussion hasn't started yet. Typically, it's supposed to be off until we start. Hold on, am I being... Hold on. Slow. Let's do this. I mean, it's on right now. Yeah, stop doing that, guys. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be off until the discussion starts. I'm saying hi to all of you. No, it's not that I was trolled. I knew it was off, but I'm like, why are people... It's supposed to... Like, that's the whole point. It's supposed to be off. All right, it's off. I get it. Stop spamming my chat. Anyways, how's everybody been? How's the week for y'all been? Oh, I've been busy these last couple days. Yesterday was the Game Awards, which was pretty lukewarm overall. Today's the RWBY discussion. Tomorrow's Chapter 7. We got a bit of information that I'm going to kind of give you guys as a form of like an announcement before we jump into the discussion itself, in case you guys don't know, because it was just brought up a couple hours ago. So, let's see, it's been a long week. Yeah, I mean, waiting for the next chapter, especially, like, not even, like, real world situations. Like, I'm just sitting here thinking, what the fuck is gonna happen after this episode when we're only 6 episodes in? Like, we still have another half of a volume, and then another volume entirely for the Atlas arc before I feel like we're even gonna leave the kingdom to go to Vacuo. So yeah, a lot of stuff has happened in this episode alone. And I'm just wondering, like, where are they gonna take this? You know? Let's see. Thank God I made it on time, but I'm about to go somewhere. Yeah, I do apologize. I know that there were some people that got mixed up with the schedule because, like I said, there was a bit of an issue with OBS on my end. And I had to put the clips back in, which then meant that I had to delay the stream, which then meant that people were going to get confused about when I said I was going to go live versus when I'm actually going live, and it might go further into the night because there's a lot to talk about in this episode. So overall, I do apologize if that was a little bit of a bummer for some of you. As always, the discussions still go up on the channel after the fact. For people who either aren't able to stay the whole time, who miss out on certain things, or, you know, whatever the case might be. So hopefully you guys will still be willing to check that out. You have a gaming channel? I mean, my Twitch channel is technically my gaming channel, but this is my only channel on YouTube. Let's see. Did you watch Chapter 6? You trolling me right now? I mean, we're in the Chapter 6 live stream discussion. I hope I watch Chapter 6. Otherwise, this is going to be pretty awkward to go through for the next couple hours. Let's see. Politics, romance, murder. Oh my. Thank you so much, Ross. Appreciate you, bud. Also, very accurate description of the chapter. Hey, Arnold. Long week for me. Are you ready for Christmas yet? Holy crap. The shipping in this episode. Ren and Nora are together. Yeah, so... Rooster Teeth made me put my own foot in my mouth, because 2 days before this chapter came out, I had put up which the video now has over 100,000 views, which, like, go figure, like, the video got a whole bunch of traction after the Renora ship was confirmed. So I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Like, I literally put this video out, like, poking fun at the fact that we've gotten, like, snippets and hints here and there that, like, Nora likes Ren, and this relationship thing's been going on forever, and Ren has never really, like, communicated or reciprocated back. And I was like, well, I guess this is Renora in a nutshell. And then they were just like, hold my beer. So now I'm basically taking credit for Renora. You're welcome, by the way. If it wasn't for me posting that video 2 days before the episode, we would have not gotten that moment. And I'm saying, and I'm gonna make a declaration on that. Like, you're welcome. Renora happened because of me. All right. I am the lone, I was, what's the word? I'm the unsung hero of this ship, okay? I single-handedly twisted the arm of Rooster Teeth and was like, look, you need to give the people what they want, or we're gonna have some problems. They were like, all right, Arnold, we know your demands, we're gonna get right on it. And in 2 days, you'll never see the original clip, basically, is what I'm getting at. Nah, I mean, it's crazy. Now I have, like, a definitive version of how it's gonna go. I mean, I'm basically just gonna make another version of that, but gloating at the beginning of the video, like, hey, this ship happened 2 days after I put out this video, therefore I allowed the ship to happen. You're welcome. What's the video? I mean, initially, the video it's basically a compilation of all of, like, Renora moments. So it's called Renora in a Nutshell. It's on my channel. It already, like, it has 110K views or something crazy like that. And I'm just like, you knew people were gonna flock to it once it happened. I just wasn't expecting it to happen 2 days later. But yeah, long story short, you're welcome. Chelsea, how's it going? Hey, Arnold, so I work at Twitch. What? Really? Are you serious? I work at Twitch and I'm having my holiday party tonight, thinking of doing RWBY look for season 2. What do you think? Go for it. That's so cool that you work at Twitch. That's awesome. I hope you like it there. I hope the people are nice. I hope the community is tolerable. But yeah, that's great. Congratulations on that. And have fun at the party. I'm pretty sure you'll look great as RWBY. William Pendragon, Tyrion sure killed it at that party, eh? Eh? I'll see myself. Yeah, you see yourself out of this. You see yourself out. Thank you for the donation, buddy. But yeah, so I'm not gonna waste much time with the intro here, just because I am fashionably late, and I'm pretty sure everyone wants to just jump into the discussion talking about a bunch of things. There's a lot of points that I kind of want to hit, a lot of moments that I want to showcase and bring to your attention, especially if you guys didn't notice it during the week of watching the episode. And just coming to terms with tomorrow's chapter might be a fucking doozy. So the first thing that I'm going to address here, hold on a second. Let me see if, okay, hold on. It should be this one. All right. All right. So the first thing that I'm going to showcase here, for those who haven't heard, is just a couple of hours ago, Carrie Shawcross, voice of Neptune, director for RWBY, he posted a journal. Actually, it was 3 hours ago. He posted a journal on the Rooster Teeth website, letting people know what to expect for the next couple of weeks in terms of RWBY, because it's the holiday season. And typically, I think since RWBY's inception, they've always done some sort of schedule break or holiday break for the crew, for the cast, and just in general for the audience as well, because people travel for the holidays, seeing friends and family and doing their own thing. So he posted, "Happy holidays from Krewby and myself. I hope you've been enjoying Volume 7 so far, because we're having a blast working on it. I'm so incredibly proud of this team. Not only do I think this is our best volume yet, but we've also never been more ahead on the production side. Being multiple episodes ahead of the weekly aired schedule has been a really great thing. That all being said, we're still deciding. I'm like tongue-tied right now. That being said, we're still we still decided to have a holiday airing break on December 28th. So that's not this weekend. Hold on, let me see when that is. It's not this weekend. It's not next weekend. It's the weekend after that. So 2 weeks from now, we are not getting a RWBY chapter. Even though we're in a much better spot this year, we'd still like to reward our crew with a break and let everyone spend time away from the office and with their friends or family or whomever they'd like. Alone, maybe, that's cool too. We appreciate your understanding and looking forward to sharing the rest of the volume with you. So basically, TLDR, tomorrow we're getting chapter 7. Next week we're getting chapter 8. The week after that, of the 28th, we're not getting a chapter. And then the volume will resume after the new year on the 4th of January. So, yeah. So that's the first thing. And secondly, and this is for those of you who... Okay, so really quick, I'm gonna post a... Air quotes here. I'm gonna post a spoiler. Oh, did I put my community tab chapter 6? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I meant chapter 7. So I'm gonna post a quote-unquote spoiler here. I'm going to show off the title, the runtime, and the description for tomorrow's chapter. If you don't want to see it, look off your screen and probably mute yourself because I'm going to obviously be speaking verbatim on it. So 3, 2, 1, now. All right, tomorrow's chapter is called RWBY Volume 7, Chapter 7, Worst Case Scenario, 18 minutes, 45 seconds. And the description is, how far are you willing to go to do what's right? No fucking clue what this episode is gonna bring. I'm nervous. 18 and a half minutes? Like, dude, that shit's fucking crazy. And that's the halfway point of the volume. Runtime alone, that's scary. Because we got a lot in this chapter, and this chapter is technically... I'm sorry, not this chapter. Yeah, this chapter is technically, I think, the shortest one of the volume so far. It was 16 minutes, and we got a lot of stuff in it. So, so don't panic. But yeah, very, very, very... I mean, especially based on how this one ended... Worst case scenario, shit's gonna hit the fan. It's gonna start in Mantle and it's gonna creep its way up to Atlas, and I just hope that they're not gonna give us, like, I just hope people aren't dying left, right, and center. Yeah, but it's, I don't know how I'm gonna get through that shit. Like, I don't even know what the episode's giving me, and I'm already anxious because, like, last week's chapter kind of felt like a combination of Volume 3, Chapter 6 and Volume 3, Chapter 11, where, like, the framing happened and people are getting nervous and anxious and scared, and then Grimm are moving in. So it was kind of like it was kind of like the tipping point that led to the Fall of Beacon and, like, the penultimate chapter of the Fall of Beacon, you know, with Pyrrha dying and all that stuff. So, so yeah, hold on a second. I gotta deal with somebody real quick. Okay. Someone was spamming, so I was like, can you not, buddy? Alright. Anyways, with that all said, I'm not going to waste any more time because I feel like I'm, I don't know, I'm just a little overwhelmed here. So, slow chat is officially turning on now, okay? Stop trolling me, guys, alright? It's only been a week. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoy. And with that said, I have a lot of clips this episode as well, more clips than actual, like, pictures, just like last week. So there's a lot to get through. Let's see. Give me 1 second, you guys. Let's see. All right. So, okay, and also I'm gonna be lost on screen from time to time just because there's a lot to kind of cover and a lot to put on the screen here, so I'm gonna do that. So boom, 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 bam. The riot started and ended between episodes. From nightfall until sunrise, and a bunch of people got arrested. I decided to circle a few people here because there was a point of discussion after the episode went live, and people were making speculations and drawing conclusions and stuff like that. Hey, what's up, Shadow? Starting off small this stream. Thanks a lot, dude. Appreciate you joining. Appreciate the super chat as well. But yeah, obviously rioting, never a good thing. You're gonna get arrested. You're gonna get hurt. Something's bound to happen. Robin obviously has to speak up to it because a lot of the people that were involved in the riots were her supporters, but I think she handled it really well with the whole, obviously this affects Mantle more than anybody, that Jacques is willing to close his businesses down, and it was a political move. It was a ruthless business decision, and it was well calculated, and it obviously got him results because he got what he wanted in the end. But yeah, so I decided to circle a bunch of these people because some of them are very familiar. But I think it's ultimately due to Rooster Teeth. Obviously, they're not going to make an individual, unique model for all of their citizens, right? You got the guy.
We're not here for your money.
Hey, 18. Thank you for the 18. I'll get to your comment in one moment. I appreciate it, bud. So you have the guy in the background who looks like the dude, if not the same dude, from the first chapter, who was like drunk with the other guy, and he like tripped over himself and fell to the floor. You have the two ladies who are sitting on the curb who look to be a couple of the thirsty moms from the chapter 5. And the bottom image, obviously, you have the drunk guy, the drunk man who made the racist remark against Blake. And then you have 3 models that are very similar to the thirsty moms as well. So I don't think these are all the same people. I just think that it's, yeah, the drunk man was from the first chapter as well. I just think that it's like, it's literally just reused models, because people were saying, like, because there were some models that were similar to these that were in the part of the episode where there were a bunch of dead bodies at the party, and people were like, oh, the thirsty moms are dead. But I'm like, well, then one of the thirsty moms who's on the floor getting arrested is also in line waiting to vote in the polls, and they also die at the party. So I'm just like, I don't think that all of that is necessarily accurate or even like canonical. I just think the thirsty moms were there for like a one and done moment. And if they were off, offed, then those little kids, I feel bad for a couple of those little kids because they're basically dead. But yeah, for the most part, I do think that it was just, it's easy to kind of look into it like super critically because it's like, well, those are the same models, but it's like, you'll see so many of the same characters if you literally just look at them. So I just don't know if it really is the thirsty moms that died or if it's just reused assets. But yeah, that's where I stand on it. This guy, man, I kind of liked how they used him as just like, hey, another citizen going to vote in the polls. Just because he had such a way about him when you first saw him. Obviously, he seems patriotic to an extent, maybe a little arrogant to the fact of he's like, Atlas is the greatest kingdom in the world, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't like you can go somewhere else. So obviously he cares about his kingdom and stuff like that. But now I'm really wondering who he voted for, because a vote for Jacques would be what I think he would do based on how he was talking in the last episode. But I really want to say, especially based on his reaction at the end of the episode, I want to say he voted for Robin. Also, Ivy Brown, I wonder if that's like a reference to like Brown University, because, and you guys are like, what the hell, why would that be? Because Brown University is an Ivy League college, an Ivy League university. So Brown, Ivy League, Brown Ivy, or Ivy Brown. So that's where I thought, that's the first thing that came to my mind was like, oh, Brown University, is that it? I don't know. Or it's just a random name that they decided to put together for the election. And then the bottom one there, you can't really make it out, but it kind of looks like Pearl Wistier. I don't know. Just because Pearl is also a color. Hey, what's up, King Angel Rose? Thanks for joining. So let's see, 18 minutes and 45 seconds. Oh, 18:45. I get it now. 18 minutes 45 seconds, huh? Thought that was cue to drop this. Also, my donation yesterday was supposed to be just the one, not the twice. Murder palm. All right. Well, if you I mean, just reach out to me on Twitter or Discord if you want me to fix that for you. But thank you so much for the support, 18. I appreciate it as always. Hopefully you have your main account back. Yeah, and I like how they all have the emblems, like the Schnee Dust Company crest, like the little star, the birds for Robin Hill, and whatever the Wistier one is. We didn't get to see that one. But I just assume that it's like these two are the most popular run political parties, and then these two are like the lesser ones that make a stand, but no one ends up, like, they don't get enough votes for it to really matter. Pearl and Ivy, the real heroes. Let's see. Speaking of college, I just graduated from the University of Georgia today. Oh, congratulations, Joseph. That's really great to hear. Also, insert what happened to Georgia meme here. University of Georgia. Red versus blue fans will get that. But yeah, congrats, man. That's really great to hear. Does anyone else love the coloring rule? The color naming rule. Jesus, I can't read today. Yeah, I think it's creative. It's clever. It's just another way for them to kind of mix in characters and things of that. Obviously, the last week's chapter where they had like the crewbie's name on the mission board, that's an exception. It's a reference. It's a funny little cameo and Easter egg of the people who work on the show. But for the most part, I think it's really cool. Arnold, please. Hey, it's like, I can't not think of like RWBY references and memes and stuff like that whenever they cross my mind, so I apologize. So yeah, once again, I don't know. I feel like this guy has the potential to change, right? He's a jackass for how he reacted in the first episode, how he talked to Blake, and I know a lot of people had like their own type of, everyone had their own opinions on how the situation was handled from Weiss's perspective, but I don't know. It kind of said a lot to just see his expressions and see his hesitation of who he was going to vote for, because you would think it's like, oh, wow, he was talking all that about Atlas in the first episode. Clearly he's going to vote for Jacques, but now he's having second thoughts. So I kind of liked that there's there's just a bit more to him than just simply being, an annoying, loud, drunk racist. But with that being said, and we talked about this last chapter, with the Thunder Thighs. Was it last chapter? Yeah, with the whole Thunder Thighs moment. And this kind of goes into RWBY Chibi. I am convinced that RWBY Chibi is like low-key spoilers for RWBY proper, and this is why. Blake and Yang playing tag. This is literally spoilers. Obviously not spoiler, but it's like this happened first, and then it got replicated in the canon. So in a way, RWBY Chibi is canon. But yeah, I that was just something that I noticed. Also, it's kind of cool that because you can see like Blake's after images leaves behind like a transparent clone for the other two. So I wonder if her clones how well I guess Blake's clones have evolved to the point where she can interact like physically with them, whereas like in volume one they would just like phase out. And then volume 2, she can equip, like, she can, like, enhance them with dust. Then volume 4, she can actually interact with it, like, on some, like, Naruto, like, Kage Bushino Jutsu status. So I wonder, like, how much more evolved her... Maybe then, like, maybe her shadow clones can maybe take a hit or two before they disappear. Or maybe she can pull, like, a Kage Bushino Jutsu and just have, like, multiple, like, almost like a sun thing. But, yeah, like, everybody here is upgrading. Everyone here is evolving at this point. RWBY Chibi is, like, yeah, it's like... It's like the, like, spoilers without context. There you go. Like, you see this, like, 3 years ago, and you're like, oh, that's cute. Blake and Yang are playing tag. And it's like, but what it's really telling you is, hey, when Blake and Yang, like, meet back up and they go to Atlas, they're going to be training and they're going to be chasing each other just like this. So, yeah, I guess RWBY Chibi is spoilers without context. Which, again, I think is clever. Arctic Century, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. This chapter was crazy. Missed the last stream, but did you catch that Crow made no mention of Raven in connection to Summer's disappearance? Highly suspect. I mean, he didn't make any mentions to anybody, like him, Ty, Raven, any of that, really. He just mentioned, like, Summer disappearing was a Summer secret. And it seems like no one knew what happened to her. It's just like she left, never came back. Over time, you would expect that people would just assume the person is dead because they've been missing for a long enough time where you would, you know, it's like, well, reasonably with all the communications and ways that they can find people, she's been gone for years now. So I think the logical explanation is that she died on whatever mission she went on. So she went on a mission on top of that, and being a huntress, a huntsman, there's no guarantee you'll come back alive. So I can understand. It's like spoiled milk for your main cookies. Oh boy. That's a way of putting it, I guess. Well, he said that Ozpin seemed to have been just in the dark as him and your father. Oh, that's what you mean. Okay, yeah, I want to say that's mainly because, like, it's, like, contextually, it's talking to RWBY, and it's like, you have the uncle, you got the dad, you got the mom, you got the niece. Ozpin is the one that most likely sent her on that mission, so I feel like the context was there. It's like, me as your uncle, I was shocked because it's like, your father, who I'm friends with, his wife is gone, is dead, is missing. That obviously affected the family dynamic. Crow had to be there to help raise everybody along with Yang. Ozpin probably didn't know what the hell was going on either. So yeah, I don't know if, like, not mentioning Raven was... Maybe Raven was already gone by then, so it wasn't worth mentioning. Like, who cares if Raven was or wasn't there? It has no context to RWBY at the very least. Not trying to be that guy, but if RWBY Chibi is low-key canon, about being Pyrrha, what about Pyrrha coming back and Nora saying nothing ever happened? That was literally just for the fun of it. That was literally like, Chibi, in a way, I think Chibi's creation, inception, was based on, like, yo, we're about to freaking wreck our viewers right now with the biggest, like, finale drop ever, like killing off a really lovable character, like destroying the school, changing the dynamic and theme of the show. And Chibi is the medicine. Chibi is the therapy session of the series. So, and it's also shit that you can basically get away with that you can't get away with in the canon. So Chibi's kind of meta more than anything. And moments like this aren't exactly like blow for blow, like, oh my god, that was always predicted to happen. I'm just noticing some of the parallels, that's all. But yeah, Chibi's great, overall. So yeah, overall, I think that was a really neat thing that I noticed. And I will keep my eyes peeled. I haven't seen Chibi Season 3 yet, but I have seen Seasons 1 and 2, and most of what I've picked up on has been Seasons 1 and 2. So, moving on from there, we got more training moments. And I wasn't expecting these anymore. I was like, okay, they did all the training montages and cool moments last week. They had like Weiss and Winter summons going up against each other. Everyone was kind of in the spotlight to an extent. Even like RWBY like racing with Harriet, and in this episode we got a bit of moments with her as well. But I thought it was really cool to see like Weiss literally like facing off against her sister in a kind of a cool way, and also utilizing her summon that in a way that we haven't seen since volume 5, when it kind of shrunk. And it was like, well, what the heck's the other point of it? What's the point of the night shrinking? Like, what would ever be the point of it? And it's to fucking get your Achilles heel and remind me of Pyrrha, because that's literally how Pyrrha went out. An arrow to the Achilles heel. This time, oh my god, I just thought of something. Is that like subtle foreshadowing? Like, yo, we fucking took an arrow to Pyrrha's Achilles because she was gonna be the maiden and she died. Now we just took a sword to Winter's Achilles because she's about to be the Winter Maiden. Oh no! Guys, if I just willed that into existence, I'm sorry. Wow! Oh my god. Goddamn. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning into the stream. I hope you guys enjoy the reaction. It comes out tomorrow. I'm out. Take care. Thanks for joining. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I hope I'm wrong. Obviously, I hope I'm wrong. Like, what the fuck? Like, losing Winter would affect Weiss so much. Like, I'd be so terrified to just, like, I'm not even thinking about, like, Winter's well-being. Like, yeah, Winter would no longer be alive. She's a great big sister. I love her. But, like, that would, like, I don't even know what that would do to Weiss if that happened. Moving on. Dude, I hate just thinking about it, man. I hate just thinking about it, dude. Because it's, like, Pyrrha's death changed so much for me. Like, changed so much, man, and it still affects me, you know, and for that to just happen again would be so devastating. Hey, what's up, Ross? How's it going, man? Jean can heal her. God damn it, dude. Can you not? It's bad enough you give me these dank memes every week. Yeah. Okay, so here's the Tom Luton? I think that's how you say that. I have never been of the mind, and I've never really like saw the like any type of sense of RWBY, Weiss, Blake, and Yang all getting maiden powers. That seems too anime protagonist broken. That seems way too like, there really doesn't, like, I don't know. I would not be a fan of that. I think that's the best way that I can put it. I would not be a fan of all 4 of them. I honestly don't know if I want any of them to become maidens, to be quite honest. Maybe RWBY? No, not even RWBY, because she's got like a silver-eyed maiden who's also a really good fighter with her weapon. Yeah, and it would be way too predictable. I like the idea that these maidens are of other people in the world who are kind of irrelevant. They're slowly weeding them into some of the main plot, like with relevant characters, but they're not the main characters. Pyrrha wasn't a main character. Winter isn't a main character, but they're relevant characters for whatever is going on in the plot at the time. So yeah, I would not be a fan. Also, I just think some of the, I don't know, I just feel like I couldn't picture Blake being a maiden. Like, I'm sorry, like, Blake seems too mellow, too like, I mean, she's coming out more now that she's kind of have like a new life, and like Adam's dead and all that stuff, but like I couldn't picture her being a maiden. I mean, it would be cool to have like a Faunus maiden. That'd be cool if it ever happened. Yeah, I just think Blake is way too stoic. Like in the last episode, or the episode that where they got their licenses, like everyone's standing up at the mission board and she's just sitting at the table. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I really don't think I can picture any of them being maidens, to be quite honest. I guess I just use Blake in his example, but she's the one that, like, out of any of them, I can't picture her being one. But anyways, a silver-eyed maiden, that's too OP. Yeah, I mean, it's like, great fighter, pretty interesting semblance that's still being looked into, silver eyes, maiden powers that, you know, those two things alone is a bit too much to handle. But yeah, long story short, I liked this moment between Winter and Weiss, having Winter like train up and test her sister's abilities, which is great. Really cool use of her semblance to kind of smack around the Beowulf Grim of Winter's Beowulf Grim. I really hope that cut to the Achilles isn't anything serious. Like, hey, remember how we did Pyrrha you know, like that final strike to the ankle? Let's do that again, but in a comedic, like, interesting training montage way that no one will look into. After also confirming that Winter would be the Winter Maiden. I better not happen. That's all I'm saying. Moving on from there, we got the training. Again, more training moments. These were a bit more like on the flashy side in terms of animation. I really liked this moment here with Nora. Hold on, let me bring my keyboard closer. Let's see. I'm going to enlarge this just so I can emphasize it a bit better. I think the animation for the swinging is really, really smooth. Like, I don't know. I just really liked this moment here. Like just the swinging of the hammer and the contact with what looks to be and what sounds like a dodgeball. I really, really like this moment here. Yeah, enlarge. Sorry. It's because it's not a cartoon blur. Smoother than Ren's pancake. Yeah, I guess they're playing Pong. Like, they're just going back and forth. And I guess it's just for Nora to work up the energy, like, just to work herself up, and then I guess they're just doing, like, light damage to Jean, so that way he can use his semblance, so his aura regen is faster. Yeah, and she's just so casual about it. I like the second hit, the one that, like, it goes behind her back and then she inverts it the other way. It's so clean. It's so smooth. And then we have Jean over here that's just taking all the freaking damage. And I like how you can also see, like, yeah, it shows like his aura level on the scroll. And again, it's just all for the sake of, you know, they're training. I like the fact that we're seeing like them actually train instead of them just being in a sparring match against other teammates, like Team Funky rather. It was still cool to see Team Funky, don't get me wrong, but to have each one of them doing something individually, and yeah, the same move that Nora's doing here, basically she didn't get an upgrade. She's just utilizing the upgrade that she's had since Volume 4, but has only used it here and there, like with her fight against Tyrion, and then that big hammer swing move that she used against Hazel, both times which she was supercharged by lightning dust, or lightning attacks rather. Yeah, the ball got hit so hard it disintegrated. So that should tell you how devastating and how strong Nora's attacks are at this point, especially with the upgrade involved. This reminded me also of Dodgeball, the movie. Like, if you could dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. It's such an old movie. Let's see. Oh, okay. 1 second. I'm sorry about that, Tyler. I didn't see that. I appreciate the super chat, bud. Let's see. Hey, Arnold, love the content, man. You were the first RWBY reactor I found. Keep on chugging. After Anora, which ship will sail next? White Rose for me? Well, first off, I really appreciate the super chat. I do apologize that I didn't see it sooner. I was just kind of lost in my rambles. But I do appreciate it. Glad to know that I was the first reactor you found. I hope you enjoy the content. There's a lot of other great people who do reactions to all of the other volumes of RWBY that I've enjoyed over the years too. But thank you so much for that. After Renora, I feel like they're moving towards like Blake and Yang next. Obviously, I still feel like it still has a few more steps to get to before it's actually there, because at this point, Ren and Nora should have happened after Volume 4. Like, I already talked about it last week, but I really do think that like it's been long overdue at this point that they did something with it. So yeah, I think Renora was obviously something that we could all see happening, and it was a long development. I kind of posted the compilation as well of all the Ren and Nora moments from Volume 1 to their flashback and all of the volumes in between, of just, I guess, highlighting moments that just show that them two have gone through so much and have developed to the point where I'm just like, people are still waiting for Renora, RWBY. So yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily a shipper. I just figured like this is something that was very well established. And then they have the song Boop as well. So I was very well, like, from, I think even since Volume 1, it's like, okay, this girl is like crazy for this guy. How long is it going to be until this guy reciprocates? Are we going to do another Naruto thing? Are we going to wait 700 chapters to get a confirmation of a ship of two characters who've gone through a lot together and have feelings for another? So yeah, I like I said, I'm the reason Renora happened. No need to thank me. I'm just doing God's work. But yeah, I mean, it'd be cool to see if it happens with other characters, but I'm not really like on the edge of my seat waiting and hoping for it to happen. But if it happens, I'm interested to see how they develop it and work it into the story. Raven left soon after Yang was born. RWBY was already several years older when Summer died, so Raven was long gone by the time Summer vanished. Yeah, I mean, that would make sense too, because like, yeah, it's literally just like you said. So for him to not mention Raven, it's probably like, well, Raven was out of the picture long before that happened. Devin Tucker, I hate you so much right now. That's so Raven, he says. You guys are too much today. Cinder acquires all of the maiden powers just to be Orochimaru'd by Salem. I'm getting like Naruto PT. I'm getting like Black Zetsu PTSD right now just by hearing you say that. That was like where the show like took a dip. Like it just fucking nosedived after like the Great War. Like with Black Zetsu and Kaguya. Was not a fan. The final fight was great, but like from the Great Ninja War till the final fight, a lot of things just weren't, I wasn't a fan of. The shipping thing was a big part of that. I'm like, yo, Naruto, can you just say you love Hinata? Sasuke, I know you tried killing Sakura, but can you just tell her what she's wanted to hear for the last like 14 years of my life so I can move on, please? Even though, again, you tried to kill her on multiple occasions, but she loves you even if you try to kill her. Women. As Nora says, women. Anyways, I liked this moment here. This was really clever because it shows the bottom shot. If you don't notice it, the bottom shot. Look at Oscar's scroll. Oscar's scroll shows Jean's aura, and when he gets smacked in the back, his aura basically depletes by half. So she still has like the static electricity like coursing through her veins, so to speak, and she just like gives him one good slap. I liked it. It was like a nice little aura detail of like, hey, it's super cool that it shows when his aura like decreases and regenerates. And even though this was a funny comedic moment, it was cool to see that they just still followed it up. Like, yeah, Ren felt, I mean, Jean definitely felt that. So let's see. Ah, the memories. Nora's way too strong. I wonder if she's gonna use her semblance again. Like, cause she used it on Tyrion, and that's when we got the reveal that he was a scorpion faunus. I had a really like paranormal dream. Not a paranormal dream, but it was just, it felt so real. It felt like it was a real episode. And did I talk about it in the live stream? I'm pretty sure I talked about it in the live stream. But if I didn't, let me try to find this really quick. But I had a dream. Let's see. Damn it. Hold on. I'm trying to... Oh, I did? Okay, so I did. But yeah, dude, I swear to fucking God, man. It felt so real. It was like I had a dream last night that Nora fought Tyrion 1v1 at a nuclear dust plant in Atlas. It was a dope fight until Tyrion poisoned her with his new tail. She fell into one of the dust reactor pools and died. And like, we're constantly seeing her like use her like her upgrade and stuff like that. We haven't seen her upgrade being used, like I said, since she fought Tyrion, since she fought Hazel, and she kind of got the drop on him in Volume 4 after that happened. So I'm expecting, like, it'd be interesting to see how Tyrion responds to Nora again, to Jon again, because he mentioned too in Volume 4, he was like, oh, you do interest me. Whether he meant that seriously or as a joke was another, you know, was a different thing entirely. And obviously the Crow versus Tyrion rematch, because he thought he killed Crow. Crow survived. Salem was like, tell Tyrion I wish to have a word with him. So clearly now if he runs into Crow again, things are probably going to be... things are obviously going to just get right into the action, obviously based on the intro. Yeah, he's one crazy scorpion, man. He's based on the scorpion from the Scorpion and the Frog story. I don't think Nora's gonna die. Like, imagine that, like, let's go.
Calm down. We're not here for your money.
Shut up, Torchwick, you're dead. I just had another epiphany. The same way that I mentioned, like, oh my gosh, Pyrrha got hit with the arrow in her Achilles and then she died. Winter just got slashed in her Achilles and she's got death flags for the maiden. I don't know if this will come true. Who sent me a donation? Let's see. Ghost Pegasus. What do you think of the Jon versus Tyrion theory? I have thoughts on that. I'll definitely get into that at some point. No, I was thinking. Stop, Zoe. No, I was thinking. You know how Pyrrha kissed Jon, and then she died? Except this time, both feelings were mutual, right? Like, Ren was like, I feel like Ren was like, I do like you, but I'm not good at communicating. And she's like, well, fuck communicating. So they clearly feel the same way. What am I doing? Oh! Please stop. Dude, I'm just thinking off the fly. I was like, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't have Ren and Nora kiss and confirm their ship only to... Wait a minute, that's the last thing Pyrrha did before she went and fought Cinder. Nothing bad ever happened, guys, remember that. Anyways, again, cool moment here with the aura for Jon and Oscar. The fact that he's basically regenning at an accelerated rate, obviously because... So he's essentially using his semblance on himself. He's amplifying his own aura regen, whereas before he's always been using his semblance on other people. So it's kind of cool to see that he can actually use it on himself and just get his aura back instantaneously after an attack like what Nora did that disintegrated a dodgeball seemingly. So that was interesting. And then we got RWBY here, who's finally realizing, holy shit, when I use my semblance, it's not just speed. I become intangible for a few seconds and basically phase through shit. And, like, at that point, that's, like, a definitive thing right there. Like, literally, like, phasing. I don't even know, like, it's like, what happens to her consciousness when that happens? Which piece is her? Are all 3 like, what if someone gets in the way of that? I don't know. I know that it's, like, for visual effect. Honestly, I don't even know, because that's what I used to say before. Like, in Volume 4, I'm like, oh, shit, she can, like, the fact that she's breaking apart and coming together, it's this cool visual effect that just shows, wow, she's so fast that it looks like she's doing that. No, that's what she's been doing since Volume 3. You know, she's kind of developed, her semblance has evolved all the way up until after the Fall of Beacon, so like the 6 to 8 month time skip of Volume 3 to Volume 4, you know, when she's fighting the Berengal and all that stuff, that is essentially, like, her semblance has been evolving ever since then. You know, I always thought, again, speed, it's always been implied that it was speed, just because, like, the world of Remnant on aura and semblances, and it's just like, I'm pretty sure it's always been addressed as speed, even though it's now called Petal Burst, but it's like, it's just, I guess speed is more of, like, the byproduct of it. It's not, like, the main semblance that she has and is able to do. So, yeah, essentially the Volume 4 character short, basically RWBY's character short. RWBY used double team. Yeah, RWBY said, I mean, she's still traveling, so it's not really teleportation. It's just a form of intangibility, where I'm just wondering if she can, like quite literally phase through things, if she's able to break into, like, little pieces and come back together. You know what I mean? Because she's literally changing her fucking like, she's changing her, like, she has no corporeal form. So I'm just like, do you literally turn into, like, rose petals and can go through anything? Yeah, it's scattering. Yeah, scattering. Thus kindly I scatter. I wonder if Summer and her had the same semblance. That'd be cool as fuck. But yeah, so we got her semblance, which is pretty dope. We got Zen Ren over here, who's, like, you know, zenning it up. I have no, like, what? How do you think Ren's semblance would evolve? The only thing I can think of is it could affect more people in a specific area. But, like, how much more Zen can Ren get? You know what I mean? He can already quell his own emotions. Sense emotions, I guess? Yeah, that could probably, yeah, it would just be like an inverse version of it. It's like, I can quell your emotions, but I can also sense when you got bad juju going on, bad mojo going on. Huh. And it was interesting too, because during this moment of meditation, it just, like, he essentially just deafened them out, which is fucking crazy to me, that, like, they're sitting 2 feet from you and you're in such a tranquil state that you don't hear, like, you're just, all of your senses are, like, in tune, and you're just like one with everything. You know what I mean? I feel like he's just gonna become, like, one with the universe eventually. Let's see. Phoenix Knight did a video on Ren's semblance. Oh, really? I have to check that out. I haven't seen that then. Yeah, it's essentially a superpower, but it's a superpower that can evolve. So it's kind of cool to see how it starts and how it and then how it develops as time goes on. At least I think so. One with the Force. Warning, malicious intent detected. If anyone gets this reference, I love you. Malicious intent detected? I don't think so. At least not me. Like Penny said in Chapter 2, it's going to be just like Beacon. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be just like Beacon all over again. The fall included. I feel a little bad for Oscar, though. I'll be honest. Like, I know it'll come in time. You know, it took John 5 volumes to learn his for his semblance to awaken. I'm also intrigued on what it could possibly be, since he and Ozpin's souls are combined. I am still of I don't know if I've talked about this, but I'm still of the mind, I would love if this would be the case too, since he's essentially the next Ozpin, and Ozpin is still around mentally or in some form. But I've talked about it here and there. I don't know if I've ever talked about it on, like, in my live stream discussions. Stop killing redheads. No, so I would think that it would be really awesome. So you know how Ozpin, A, he has magic. B, he all of the past lives that he has gone through have all merged. So he kind of is like, and it's like he mentioned, he's like, I am the result of countless men who have died trying to protect the world of Remnant. So the souls combine, moves on to the next host. Souls combine, moves on to the next host. And he has all of the memories of those past lives and those past incarnations. I think it would be super cool if it was like on some like Avatar status where he could use the semblances of any previous life that had awoken or had a semblance. The caveat is he would only be able to use the semblance once after he's a different life. That'd be pretty broken. It would just require the host to have awakened the semblance themselves. I think that'd be really cool because, number one, you can't use more than one of, like, you can't spam like one thing. You could use one thing and then shift to another thing, but you can only ever use it once. And if he's thousands of years old, you'll see 1,000 different techniques used once. I think that's kind of cool. I think that's pretty dope. My Hero. I have not seen My Hero Academia, so I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I assume what I just said is something that's in My Hero at this point. Let Oscar use magic? Oh my god. Oh my god, that'd be so sick. Yeah, I think that would still kind of work. That'd be nuts. Yeah, I'm considering it after RWBY's done. I'm definitely considering it. But yeah, other than that, I don't know what Oscar's unique individual semblance would be. It would also be a little upsetting if Ozpin just like overshadows Oscar in his semblance, and if my theory was correct. But that's something that I've thought of for, I think, since maybe like volume 4. Ever since we found out that Ozpin was still alive and he was tethered to this kid, I'm like, yo, what if that was his semblance? The fact that he could use any previous life semblance, but only once. And that's just so it doesn't become broken, where he can just go through an infinite catalog an infinite number of times. Oscar is the compost king. What more do you want? I'm banking on sealing. I just don't know how sealing would... I mean, I haven't seen the video you posted, Dan, but I know you did do a video on what his semblance could be. Because, I mean, that would be, again, like the Naruto dilemma or the Naruto thing, where, like, the ultimate, like, tool to stopping Kaguya was, like, Naruto had a seal, Sasuke had a seal, they brought the seals together, boom, you can seal away Kaguya. But yeah, I mean, I'm still eager to see what it would be. I hope that they don't spoil it in RWBY Chibi. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, moving on from there, we got a little bit of some moments with post. We got a little post training session. Everyone's kind of like deciding what to do next. Obviously, everyone's training and whatnot. Oscar's looking over at Yang like, girl, why are you using me like an armrest? Get your arm off my shoulder. And this was also interesting because this is the first time we see the polls, like where the standings actually are. And slowly as the episode went on, I was like, Jacques gonna win. This man was at 30% at the beginning of the episode, and he jumps up 15% by the end of the day. And I'm just like, I would not be throwing a victory party. I don't know what the fuck Robin and company were thinking. I'm like, are you serious? Like, this guy I'd be shitting bricks if I was in Robin's position. And then it was even worse because, like, as she was giving her speech, you just see the percentage tick mark, like, higher and higher in Jacques' favor. It's like 45%, 46%, 47%. And I'm like, and then those were natural. That had nothing to do with Watts. So I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Now, Robin would have definitely won had Watts not interfered, especially during that countdown. But yeah, like, I would not be celebrating until victory wasn't sure. That's the typical thing, like in League of Legends, when you like type GG when you think your team's gonna win, and then you just get freaking team killed, and then the other team wins, and then they type GG. It's like you kind of have, like, you got to put your foot in your mouth because you're popping off before you actually destroy the Nexus. And I've seen that time and time again. It's kind of funny too. Like, damn, like, shouldn't have ran your mouth. You might have won, but yeah, in this case, it was very stressful to just see how it all went down, and it went down like so quickly too. I know the intro obviously gave a bit of mention and a bit of hinting at this. That was the same type of the standings were very similar for Robin and Jacques from the intro, and then Watts just like did his little magic, and he was like, get wrecked. So celebrating too early, too prematurely, like, no, that's you're asking to lose. You're asking for something crazy to happen. So yeah, I don't know why they would do any of that nonsense. But another thing here that I noticed, this was a little bit of an animation error, and it seems to be like a couple of those popping up per episode that I've noticed. This is one that I noticed while I was grabbing screenshots, because I didn't notice it during my first watch. But it shows that Jacques has 47%, and basically it shows the final results before the power goes out, before it actually happens. Like, this man just had 30%. How the hell did he jump up so quick? And I'll zoom in if you guys can't see it. But yeah, it was when Ironwood was sealing his, like, when he was ending the transmission of the results, like, it just showed that instead. I was like, wait, what? So yeah, a bit of an animation oopsie. Those happen. Hashtag blame Watts. And yeah, I just decided to showcase that because I was like, oh, that's something that I noticed. Let's talk about it. Can I ask you guys something? What's RWBY waiting for? Like, at this point, like 6 episodes in, what's RWBY waiting for? It seems like she's waiting until just before the Atlas, like the satellite goes up to tell Ironwood. And I'm just like, don't do that. You see how stressed this man is? Do you realize how stressful this situation is going to be after this chapter for Ironwood in particular? When do you think is a good time to tell him now? Probably right when they got there. Instead of wasting all of this time, dude. Instead of wasting Mantle's resources, instead of doing all of this training, you should have... Yeah, it's, RWBY's waiting for Christmas. I know RWBY isn't perfect, but, like, the whole point is to tell Ironwood at some point. When is she gonna tell him? You know what I mean? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you when's the perfect time to tell him. The perfect time to tell him is when Penny gets blamed for murdering innocent people at a rally. That makes it look like Atlas and Jacques and Ironwood are in cahoots. So now that Ironwood has to deal with that on his back and deal with a potential assassination attempt and Grim running rampant in the streets of Mantle, I think that's a perfect time to tell Ironwood. Now it seems like you can't tell him now. Like, you literally can't tell him now. That's like the last thing he would want to hear right now. That's just piling on, dude. That's just piling more. Like, look at him. He was like this the entire episode. Like, just stressed out of his fucking mind. And I don't mean to be like super sarcastic, but it's just like, it's now when she tells him, it's gonna be way worse than if she had just told him when they got there, to be quite honest. Her telling him might be the straw that breaks the camel's back for him, in my opinion. Like, he's just, the clock's ticking, exactly. I don't know, man. It's a tough call, because even if they tell him, like, they follow up with the conversation of like, well, we tell him, then what? Like, we don't even have a plan for how to defeat her, so how would Ironwood? But the plan is like, yo, we're gonna tell everyone in oh my god, dude. Like, we're gonna tell everyone in Atlas when fear and pandemonium is at an all-time high right now with what's going on in Mantle, and the inevitable civil war that's gonna be happening between Mantle and Atlas after the mass murders, and blaming Penny and blaming Ironwood and seeing that Jacques won the election, and they're like, oh, it's Atlas versus us now. Like, on top of that, good people of Atlas, this is your General James Ironwood. I'd like to inform you all that we're going to face a threat we've never seen before. An actual being who commands the Grimm, who cannot be killed. I look forward to all of your patriotism and support in this fight for humanity. Thank you. Like, she can't tell him, dude. And if she doesn't tell him, then, dude, you gotta sit on that. Like, you gotta take that one to your grave then, I guess. You're being forced to be Ozpin at this point. Tomorrow's chapter is 18 and a half minutes, dude. The episode is called Worst Case Scenario. Yeah, at this point, damned if you do, damned if you don't. At the very least, if she had told him sooner, they wouldn't have wasted all this time. Because now he's gotta give results. He can't just be like, hey, Atlas, I haven't given you your result. I haven't given you your resources because we're doing this thing. Now all of a sudden, I used those resources, but I can't tell you what it's for because we're not doing that thing anymore. Literally between a rock and a hard place at this point. Eat a Snickers, Ironwood. You're not you when you're yangry. Oh boy. Thank you for that, Project Dusk. Appreciate your input in this critical discussion of what the hell's gonna happen in Atlas and Mantle. Do you think Cinder and Neo visit Jean's sister? No. I mean, how would they know that that's his sister? They never saw her. Ozpin is confirmed to have one for all. Renora. Yeah, so unfortunate, man. Feels bad. Like, this is just like a bad luck Brian moment for her. It's just like, you're gonna, no matter what happens, it's not gonna end well. It's not gonna end well, unfortunately. And that was my whole thing. I said it since like the second chapter. I was like, the longer I was like, I feel like something's gonna happen that's going to prevent them from telling Ironwood. I didn't know what it would have been. Maybe it would have been like, oh, Ironwood and Team RWBY and company are separated and they can't get in contact. And oh no, he did the plan ahead of time or whatever. And we didn't get to tell him when we wanted to. But now it's like, you really can't tell him, because if you do, you're just piling on more problems than are already here. And the clock's ticking on this plan. Eventually that satellite's going to go up. And if you don't tell Ironwood about Salem being unkillable, and then she shows up with her flying Berengal, and people are like, yeah, there she is, get her. And she starts like killing people left, right, and center. Just, she could do that anyway. Let's rewind the clock really quick. Let's not forget, Salem could literally walk into Atlas, into Mantle, with this pen and kill and just start fucking stabbing people to death. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. Like, obviously she would, I feel like eventually there'd be like walls of people that would be able to hold her off or whatever the case might be. She has magic as well. She's got Grim. She can do whatever the hell she wants and no one can stop her. So the idea that, like, first off, that can happen is already scary in and of itself. But the fact that people are going to fight her and think they have a chance of winning is the most, like, disheartening part of all of it from the perspective of a viewer who knows what they're going up against. And I really feel like once that satellite goes up, once they broadcast that message, if she didn't tell Ironwood, she can't tell him now. Like, she's literally Ozpin. Like, Ozpin didn't tell them either. Like, literally can't tell them. So yeah, I know I'm like hamming it up, like I'm harping on this whole point, but it's just like RWBY knows that's, and during my reaction to it, I was like, RWBY, what are you waiting for? Like, I really feel like after they got their licenses, I felt like that was a perfect time to tell them. He was also talking about, like, I want trustworthy. Like, imagine that, dude. Imagine Ironwood, like, talking about how much he trusts them, how much he wants trustworthy fighters on his side, how, like, stressed out he is and he needs help, he needs people on his side, and then, like, come to find out you've been lying to me this whole time. I don't know, man. I feel bad about the whole situation, to be honest. I really don't know what the fuck's gonna happen, dude. I really, like, Mantle looks like it's about to, like, take an L. Like, it looks like Mantle as a like a society is gonna crumble, and then they're gonna take off with, they're gonna take off and take down Atlas. And the people, I feel like it's the people that are gonna do it. And Watts is just like, yo, I'm chilling in this random cave doing some random ass, like, puppeteering shit, and, you know, I'm living life. Like, I'm constantly moving. No one even knows I'm here. People think I'm dead. Like, Watts is another one. We'll definitely get into talking about Watts. I'm gonna move on from here just because, like, I feel like I'm talking myself in circles. But long story short, RWBY, you got some explaining to do. So from there, the best course of action, of course, take the day off. I think that's fair. Given what's on RWBY's plate, I don't think she should be having fun. Like, you are literally, I don't know. Again, I'm going to move on from what I just talked about, because it's just like, the longer you wait, the worse it's going to get. That's all I can really keep thinking about. Like, the longer you wait, the worse it's going to... This would be on my mind. Like, I wouldn't even be able to, like, enjoy anything until I told him. It's like a massive weight. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I got to get something off my chest. Having a massive weight on your shoulders. Like a guilty conscience, if you will. You know, at the very least, I can understand, like, taking the day off, having a clear headspace. The election's going to change a lot of things for a lot of people, no matter who wins, for better or for worse, depending on who you're talking about. So I think having the day off is a good thing. And I like how Weiss is questioning, like, why would my dad do this? This doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, why would you announce the day before the election final, like the election result, like the day before the election, like, closes this power move? And Yang's initial thing is like, oh, he probably just did it and it backfired. The answer is, she did it because of Watts, because that's his ace in the hole. That's his ticket to the council. And it's so crazy too that Watts came in at just the right time, dude. Because if Watts didn't come through, none of this would have, well, I'll address that when we get to it. But there is something more than Watts that could have prevented all of this from happening. But yeah, like, Watts was like his saving grace for this whole thing. And I like that at the very least she's questioning it, because then if people start putting things together for, you know, Tyrion and all of the actions that have been happening. I honestly, like, straight up honestly, I think Whitley is going to be an asset in identifying Watts. He knows what Watts looks like. He heard Watts' name when, like, his father was like, Arthur, Whitley, leave us and close the door. So he can ID, like, oh, there was this strange man who came to the house, just walked right in like he owned the place. But Weiss would have to interact with Whitley for that to happen. Yeah, it would have to be Whitley. It would either have to be Whitley or someone would have, like, Watts isn't stupid. He's not going to let himself get caught. So I do think Whitley is going to somehow play a role in people figuring out that Watts is still alive, that he's an Atlas, and putting 2 and 2 together, because Pietro and Ironwood are already suspecting somebody is doing it. It would be crazy if Ironwood would be like, the only person that I could think of who would be doing this, it can't be them, they're dead. You know what I mean? Like, that would be crazy in of itself if he was able to kind of think that with that much foresight, to be like, to have Watts in his mind, and it's just a matter of IDing him. You know, because even if they track Tyrion, to them it's just going to be, oh, this is just some rabid, crazy-ass Faunus who's going around killing random people. They're never going to be able to tie Tyrion to Watts. So they need Watts to either make an oopsie, which he's not going to. He's way too calculated based on what we've seen this volume from him alone. Or Whitley's going to somehow play a role, which I really hope that's the case, because I know Whitley's been getting, like, he's been getting the short end of the stick since volume 4, just because he's like a mini Jacques. And I talked about it last week, but I think it's mainly due to the fact of, like, mini me, you know what I mean? Like, you associate him with Jacques, but I still feel like a part of him is just, like, easily influenced, being the youngest, being the heir now, and just being right where his father can see him. So yeah. They're going out dancing, they're doing all this cool stuff. Everyone has a bunch of different things. Ruby's going to the election, or the election rally with Team Juniper, or rather with Nora and Ren. Blake and Yang are going to go out dancing with Team Funky, which I wish we'd be able to see that. That would have been pretty cool, because we already know that, you know, Team Funky, at least Neon, is like a rave girl. So that would have been super cool if we got to see it. Or maybe I don't think we will at this point, because Mantle's, like, about to go up in flames, and everyone's doing different things at different locations. And again, this reminds me of Volume 3, because, like, shit went down, and everyone was in a different situation, right? Pyrrha and Jean were in the vault with Ozpin and Cinder. Like, Yang was, like, looking for Blake. Blake was with Adam. Weiss and Ruby were just kind of showing up and kind of, you know, facing off Grimm and kind of trying to find where everybody else was. And all of that shit happened when everyone was separated. So the fact that everyone is separated again now, just it makes me really anxious, and it gives me a little bit of PTSD to just think back to the fall of Beacon and be like, how are they going to do it this time? You know? Crow's also nowhere to be seen. I wonder if Crow being missing is going to tie into maybe him having a run-in with Tyrion, because in the intro it shows like Robin already with Crow and Tyrion, like, confronting both of them. And so, like, if Robin interacts with Crow, I would assume maybe Tyrion would, like, catch wind of that and be like, oh, that's the guy. I'm going to get my rematch right now, and I'll fight her as well. And then that's how the 2v1 is going to start. I just don't know if the intro necessarily is setting up for a 2v1, or how that's going to be set up, period. You know, we just have to wait and see. Maria and Pietro, they're old people, man. Like, I really don't expect Maria to be around. Like, she went to Atlas just to get her eyes fixed. I'd be really surprised, though, if she wasn't, like, if she didn't have any kind of attachment to any of them after Volume 3. You know, it's like, hey, you know, I was with you guys on the train. I helped you with the apathy. I taught you about your silver eyes. All right, see you later. I got my eyes fixed. Bon voyage. But yeah, I don't know. It would be weird. It would just be really fucking weird if Maria just, like, left and didn't come back. You know, but we have to wait and see. Well, I feel like we'll eventually see her again this volume. Or yeah, I would say this volume, hopefully. I just don't know where the hell she is. So they're all doing that. I really liked this shot here, and it's for a technical reason. So it reminds me also of a moment during Volume 3, because you see like Blake, Yang, and Ruby's reflection in the mirror, and you would never be able to get a shot like that in real life. You would only ever be able to get it in animation. And this reminded me of the scene in Ruby's bedroom in Volume 3. Similar thing, like you see Ruby, you see her like parallel reflection, and you wouldn't be able to see something like that in real life, because you'd have like yourself, the camera, and all the equipment, unless you did some crazy, like, again, I think it excels, and it's really impressive, and I always like noticing stuff like that in animation. Yeah, basically a photo, like Ruby the photo bomber. Yeah, I know Maria's not relevant, but it's just odd to be like, all right, see you random ass kids later. You know, and she helped them get there too. I'm not expecting her to be like everyone's grandma all of a sudden, but it's, I don't know, she was a cool side character. She didn't even say bye, damn it. No one's even mentioned her. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you know, I miss Maria. Too bad she had to leave after she got here. You know what I mean? Just give us some indication of what happened to the poor lady. Maybe she's hanging out with Pietro. Who knows? Yeah, but ultimately, again, I liked this moment, or rather the technical moment with the camera shot. I'm sorry, the mirror shot. I immediately thought of the Volume 3 moment down here. It's just really cool, and it's not easy to pull off if you try to do it or try to emulate it in real life. So yeah. Let's see. Okay, so everyone's off doing their own thing. Again, like I said, Blake and Yang going and dancing it out with Team Funky. Ruby, Ren, and Nora going to the election rally. And Weiss deciding, I don't want to go to a rally. Fuck that. That's boring. That's like Atlas in a nutshell. I'm not going to sit here and watch these two have their moment. I'm not going to be a third wheel. Get me out of this. So I guess I'm just going to go. And, oh, I forgot to put, hold on, I got to include a screenshot, because a friend of mine, Vincent, Silod3, he made so yesterday during the Game Awards, there was a moment where Call of Duty, I think it was Call of Duty Mobile, won an award, and I was not having it. I just, like, deadpanned at the camera, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Call of Duty won, I think it was, like, Call of Duty Mobile, and, he posted my, like, he, like, got my screenshot of that moment, and, I want to see if I can find it, because then someone else put that side by side. Yeah, okay, so right here. Someone put this side by side with Weiss's, facial expression, and it's literally the exact same thing. I wish I had a freeze frame of this moment, because it's literally the same thing. But I completely forgot to prep it. I was late for the stream, so I wasn't able to do it. Yeah, spot the difference. They're the same picture. They're basically the same picture. Yeah, I just thought that was pretty funny. That was me when Call of Duty got awarded an award for a game category that I thought another game was far more deserving of, but hey, what are you gonna do? So another thing too, I didn't get the screenshot of it because it was, you know, the 1,000,000,001 things, but I just wanted to mention, but Jean asking Weiss to go to the movies and her immediately saying yes is basically a parallel to Volume 1 when he was like asking her to like do all of these things like, hey, you know, we can study after, hey, we can go see that new Bruce Willis movie, and she was like, no, yes. And now she, obviously she did it to get out of the situation that she's in. She was like, you know, she's choosing between two terrible options for her. So she's like, a movie, anything that'll get me the hell out of here. So I liked that. I liked how Jean asked if anyone wanted to go to the movies, and Weiss was the first one to say yes. He's come a long way, because this girl's been giving him the cold shoulder. Like, that's all she did was give this kid the cold shoulder during Beacon. And it's nice to see. And then obviously Oscar's just there for the moment. I wish he mentioned Spruce Willis again. I want to say, you know what? I'm making a stand right here. It's canonical. They're going to see the Spruce Willis movie sequel. There, I said it. And that's my headcanon, and you can't convince me otherwise. So, I don't know. I hope it shows them at least leaving the movie theater so then we can see, like, you know what I mean? Like the classical, like, okay, the movie's done. What do we do now? And they're walking out of the cinema and it shows like the title screenings, like like now premiering or now showing or now playing this it by Spruce Willis. I will fucking die. Like that would be such a cool moment, and your boy would have predicted it. And it would have been an even better display of my prophet-like talents. Oscar was so happy. He's like, yo, the three of us. And like Jean put his like hand behind his back. He's like, oh, I'm surprised we got a yes automatically. Huh. I don't know. Do any of you guys think he was doing that as a way of like hoping Weiss would say yes? Like, no offense to Weiss, but like, actually, no, I'm not going to say that. I was going to say like that would be like she's like his rebound, but like that's fucked up. Number one. Number two, Pyrrha died. And it's been like at least a year since that happened. But I wonder if he's doing this as a way to... Do any of you guys think? No, not really? Okay. I just look at Oscar and Jean's reaction when she says yes, and they look at each other like, oh my god, she said yes, bro! But yeah, Blake can't dance. That's a yikes for me, Chief. Yang is a professional shuffler. Is that what it's called? Is that what the dance move is? Shuffling? The shuffle? I've seen people do the dance before, but I don't dance, so I'm in the same at least Blake's making an attempt. I don't dance. I just move around. But yeah, she's got no coordination. It's kind of painful to watch, I'll be honest. But yeah, everyone's off doing their own thing. And now they start asking the real questions, like how do we even decide? How do we even figure out? Like, we're so like worried about this thing without realizing that this is an even bigger situation, a bigger concern. Even if we tell Ironwood the plan, even if we tell him about Salem and about Jin and about her immortality and all that stuff, what next? And that's why Ozpin hasn't told anybody. It's like, I can tell them, but it's not going to give... We're going to be a square... The only difference is they're going to be in my little circle, like my inner circle, where only I know the truth. They're going to know the same thing, and they're going to be in the same predicament as I am. And that's why Ozpin hasn't told them. It's like, you can't... Like, I'm going to tell them, and I'm going to give them an answer that no one's going to want to hear, because no one has the answer to it. So... But Nora did. Nora had the right call. She said he couldn't, so maybe somebody else? Thank God someone here understands semantics. You know, people have been saying that since that part was confirmed or revealed, that like maybe it's semantics, but it's weird that Ozpin himself didn't come to realize that and just ask the questions, you know, 100 years from then. Like, okay, last time I asked you, how do I destroy Salem? And it's like, you can't. It's like, okay, well, how does somebody else do it? You know? Annie Matrix, tell him the truth. Oh boy, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. That is very generous of you. Appreciate it very, very much, man. Glad to have you in the chat once again. Hope you all are enjoying. We're an hour and a half in. So that's actually really good. It's only 9 p.m. where I am, so fingers crossed that it's like maybe 2 hours before we're finished with all of this. We're about to get to the next scene following this one, so I feel like we're making good time overall. Who can destroy Salem? That would be a good question. Who can destroy Salem? It's like, then you go find that person. What's weird is just like, what if they're just like, I don't know, freaking Benedict Cumberbatch can defeat Salem, and it's like, all right, how do we find this person? We have no communication system, have no idea how to find them, like where they live, I guess you can just waste your questions that way, but then everyone else would have to die. Like, it would have to be like a new like a new generation of people in order to get more questions to find out who the person is. And if yes, I don't think it'll work that way. You know what? I don't think it'll work that way, like where you go into like a Q&A session and you it's like, okay, you can ask me one question. It's like, okay, I have a question. It's a 2-part question. It's like who can destroy Salem? Like, who can destroy Salem? And if someone can, who are they and where do I find? It's like, no, you get one answer to your question, not like a multi-faceted breakdown response to what you want to know. So yeah, that's like one question in 10 questions. Like, that's like 10 questions in one. So yeah, I don't think Jin's gonna be all too happy about something like that. And another thing to consider, the next time we see Jin is gonna be the last time we see her. Unless some crazy like shonen thing happens where she's an actual like relevant, she's super relevant to the plot beyond just answering questions. But yeah, the next time we see Jin is going to be the last time we see her. That sucks. Because she has such a great... You know what? At the very least, Rooster Teeth made the most of voice acting by... what's her name? I forgot. I know she like voices someone in One Piece. But yeah, the voice act... Colleen. Yeah. Colleen. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, so... At the very least, they gave her an entire episode of narration, which is like one of the best episodes in the series. The biggest fucking lore dump we've ever gotten, the longest chapter of the volume as well, not including credits. So, or of the series rather. So yeah, the next time we get her, I wonder if she's gonna give us another narrate. That'd be sick, dude. Imagine if they just ask what happened to Summer, and we get the Summer backstory that way, instead of it being from someone like Crow. That'd be crazy, too. They would have to do more than one episode. Like, I don't think they can do an entire Team Stark episode in, like, 30 minutes. I honestly feel like I don't think that'd be possible. Or, like, what if they had... You know what would be cool? It's like, yo, we want Colleen to come back for one last round of applause. So, like... They asked that, what if the finale's like, they asked the question, what happened to Summer, and then the next season, it's just an entire volume of like a Team Stark flashback, and it's all narrated by Colleen as like, hey, this is the last time you're ever gonna hear me. Or just not next volume, but just in general, like we'll get like a Team Stark flashback volume. I think that'd be super cool. If only. Yeah, don't take what I say, like don't get overhyped by what I say. I'm just speculating. I'm fanboying right now. That's like literally something that I would want. Like, give me an entire season of Team Stark from start to finish in 12 chapters, like at different intervals in their life, like their first year in school, their first mission, figuring out and learning about Salem, growing up, having a fan. Like, it would be super difficult. Like, it'd be super difficult to give us an entire timeline history of Team Stark in a volume. But that's what the people want, Rooster Teeth, and if you're watching this, you do well to give in to our demands or to hear our feedback, one or the other. God, I really want Team Stark. It's crazy. But yeah, Ren's got the right idea. He's like, yo, what the hell's going on? We have to like figure out how to deal with Salem before we even figure out to tell him. Nora is 200 IQ galaxy brain right now. She actually understands semantics, and she's been saying what we've all been saying since volume 6, chapter 3, which is if the wording is what's wrong, which means he kind of wasted a question. So yeah, moving on from there. Yeah, tensions building between these two. And that's been something that they've slowly but surely have been working up to, you know, especially since, you know, the one episode's like, I really like your outfit, Ren. We should stay focused on the mission. And it's like, what the fuck? She's just complimenting you, dude. So, hey, Dan, you have yourself a good night. Off to bed. Christmas shopping killed my energy. Enjoy the episode, guys. Peace. Thank you so much, Dan. You have yourself a good night, buddy. Glad to have you in the chat, my guy. A lover's quarrel, I guess. It's, I don't know. Nora looked pissed. She was like, I'm done with your shit. Meanwhile, Ruby's the third wheel. Look at her. Imagine being in that situation, like where a couple is, like you're with your friends and they're dating, and now they're just arguing and you're just there. Like Ruby's just like, I can go back if you want me to. Yeah, Weiss had the right idea. Weiss knew what she was getting herself into. She was like, I'm not gonna be no third wheel. I'm gonna go buy some popcorn and some, like, I don't know, some ice cream. What are they called? Dippin' Dots, and some popcorn and soda and me, Jean. And Ruby eventually regretted it. She was like, I should have just gone to the fucking movies with everybody else. Like, could have just saved me a headache. But alas. So, who else is a fan of the music that they were playing right after that moment too? Right after the argument, like, like crazy, like super cool, awesome, like Pepe Jam music. I really like where the soundtrack is going this volume. A lot of great bangers. I'm so excited for that soundtrack. And if you guys noticed, that the person singing wasn't Casey and it wasn't Jeff. It was a new voice. It was a new vocalist, an additional vocalist, I think for the first time with the exception of maybe Lamar. And for those who don't know, if you guys go into the credits, his name is Santee C. Now, that name might be familiar to some people in the RWBY community, because while this is his first time debuting a song for RWBY itself, he's actually done collaboration music with Casey in the past, as early as 2017, and that's where I first heard of him. So I didn't notice this during the reaction. I actually was like, wait, is that Flint Floss? Because I know Flint Flossie's a singer, but I was just like, no, that clearly can't be him. So I was just really curious, because I was like, this is the first time we're getting a vocalist who isn't Jeff or Casey in a volume, like in the episode. So I went back and I saw the credits after the fact, after my second watch, and I was like, oh, I remember this guy. So for those who don't know, if you go on YouTube, pull up a tab, go on YouTube, type in, I believe the song is called Home or My Home, and it's by these two, My Home by Santee C and Casey Lee Williams. Obviously, this was a while back when Casey still had long hair. This was back in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. So this is the guy who is singing the song in the episode right now. I don't know what the song is called. I don't know if Jeff has given out official lyrics to anybody necessarily. I know that Flint of RWBY isn't doing lyric videos until maybe the soundtrack comes out at the very least, but I know as of right now he's not doing any. So yeah, Santee C and Casey Lee Williams were doing vocals for... So am I going crazy, or were there two songs this volume as well? Oh, sorry, this episode. So there was the song that's playing right now where Santee C is singing, and then there was the second song that was playing, the song that like was playing when Ren and Nora end up kissing. Was that two songs? It sounded like two different songs, because then the music stopped, Robin gave her speech, and then the second song kicked in. It sounded more like two songs versus one song split off, because one of them was just like this one, like a dancing, vibing, jamming out music, and then the second song sounded almost like techno-y, you know, like disco, like techno disco music, like a remix. It sounded, you know, kind of sounded like a remix. So yeah, that was all fun and dandy. I'm very so how many songs is that? Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Is that 5 songs now? I think if these were 2 songs, I think that's 5 songs now. If it was 1 song, then 4. I think the intro, the song when they were doing the landing strategy, the song while they were doing the training montage, the song with Santee, and then the song with Casey in this episode. So yeah, that's 5 songs. Holy shit, dude. We're getting a song during the credits, so that's 6 guaranteed. And they'll probably give us maybe 1 or 2 more original songs for the volume, and then like a remix and then an acoustic. So, wow. And we're only 6 chapters in. God damn. That's almost a song per chapter. Yeah, roughly. Yeah, maybe 1 to 2 songs left. They usually do like 7 original and then a remix, 1 to 2 remixes, usually 2 remixes and an acoustic version. So yeah, music, like I said, big fan of it. Looking forward to it. I'm really excited to hear the full song from Santee C, just because I know he's done music with Casey in the past. It's obviously a short sample of it, so we'll have to wait until next year, probably at some point in June, for the soundtrack to come out to hear the full version. But that's a bop for sure. I don't think it has a name right now. I don't think either songs have a name. I think the song that Ren and Nora kissed to was "Tell Me This Is Love," like "This Is Love" or something like that, because that's like the one line that stuck with people, because that was the line that was sung when the kiss happened. But yeah, so this was clever. Kick Me. You know why it was clever? I didn't notice this either initially. A friend of mine ended up telling me, and I'm like, oh my god, that's so funny. It clearly isn't the same one, or it might be somehow, some way. But yeah, the classic Kick Me, like we're like in 1970s high school or something. But yeah, Yang ended up kicking one of these things, so that might be a reference to that moment, which is really clever. The other drone has a tiny hat. Yeah, like on the side there. Remind me of these drones when we get to talking about watts. Okay, just remind me of that. Just because, like, there's one answer to all of this. There's one answer to all of this, and I'm gonna slowly build up to that towards the climax of the discussion with everything that happened with the turmoil and the rabid killings. But with that, I wanted to just put this in here because I think Penny's cute. I think Penny is adorable. I think Penny has had like a cutesy moment in every episode since. In every episode, yeah, I think that's accurate to say. Every episode, she is cute as a button, and as long as they keep doing moments like this, I'm gonna take time out of my discussion to showcase and talk about it. Let's see. Yeah, I pointed that out. Give me credit. Well, yeah, that's what I said. I said a friend of mine. Yeah, so for those who are wondering, Zeno the Wise 135 was the one who pointed out the kick me for the droids in my Discord server a couple days ago. Or was it yesterday? I don't remember. But yeah, I love Penny, and I'm so happy she's back. I have no clue what she's going through, how she's feeling, especially given like the end of the episode, like her response to everything and how she was just processing, like, did that really just happen to me? But for now, I'm gonna enjoy the cute moments while we still have them. I don't know how much more I can handle the meta jokes. Because in this moment, and you know what? I think it's because, like, how often I'm, like, on Twitter and I just see so many conversations going on about the same things. Like, the same things. People are talking about the same things constantly, even when other shit's happening. I look at this scene and I'm like, Ren and Nora is talking about, obviously, Blake and Yang, but she's really talking about her and Ren. But the fandom part of my brain is thinking, Nora is all of the people that are saying, like, here's all the evidence of Bumblebee and how it could happen, and you know, it's just as viable, or it's just as realistic, or it's just as natural as Renora. And then Ren are all the people that who are disputing those facts, or not facts, but disputing the evidence and disputing the possibility of it happening. It's so hyper meta, and I'm just like, I don't like it because of that, because it takes me out of the show and it takes me into the real world, like meta, I guess, interactions of the community, which isn't always nice. It's not always good, because there's a lot of discourse when it comes to that particular topic as well. So yeah, I was just like, I don't dislike the scene for the context of the scene itself. Obviously, it's like, oh yeah, Blake and Yang, they've gone through stuff. I don't think they're just friends. I'm pretty sure there's more going on. By the way, Ren, that could apply to both of us, by the way, but I'm using them as an example, because then it also basically implies that Blake and Yang's, like, the potential for them to being a thing is just as valid or just as relevant as Ren and Nora. So, but like I said, yeah, it takes me it takes me out of the show and into the fandom, which, like I said, people have been talking about this for God knows how long. So, I just mentioned, because then I've seen, since the episode's been out too, I've seen a lot of like memes for this moment, like people putting text on Nora, like, this is what Nora represents, this is what Ren represents. Penny represents a random person who just watches the show casually and isn't super into the community, and Ruby represents all of the fans who are just tired of hearing it and who just want to go on with the show. And it's too meta. It's too meta for, like, it's too meta, I think, for everybody. But it's no less understandable to see from that perspective, like, hey, it's a thing. So yeah, I didn't want to harp too much on this, because obviously it's Ren and Nora end up getting together. Blake and Yang clearly have feelings that are developing as time goes on. I obviously think, again, it's been a long time coming for Ren and Nora. I think Blake and Yang still have some steps to get to that point, if that's in fact what Rooster Teeth's going for. But yeah, hold on, let me see. Did you notice that Ren is the only one with his weapon? Another thing. Oh shit. Hold on. I gotta back up real quick. Back up. Okay, hold on. I gotta go back. Okay, meta. So going back to this moment here. Completely forgot about something. Thank you, Elliot YT, for reminding me. Ren reminds me, and I forgot because I was like, I'm not gonna put a screenshot in here. I'll remember to mention it. And here we are. Ren reminds me of Volume 2 Blake after Volume 1, where she was just so hyper focused on Torchwick, the White Fang, their mission, like the plan that's going on, and no one's doing anything about it. The fact that she wasn't eating, she wasn't sleeping, her grades were suffering. She didn't want to go to the dance before. Now look at her. She's going out dancing with Team Funky and company. So like it felt like an immediate parallel that Ren is now in somewhat of a similar state to what Blake was going through during Volume 2. And like it's to the point where he's in those shoes of like, we should be training. We shouldn't be taking some time off. We shouldn't be partying and enjoying ourselves. It's too premature. We still have a bigger plan. We still have like something bigger to deal with, which is not only telling Ironwood, but finding out what comes after that, especially since the big bad can't be destroyed after all. So completely forgot about that. But thank you again, Elliot, for reminding. I completely forgot. Like literally went over my head. Yeah, Ren reminds me so much, and I at least mentioned it in my. I'm pretty sure I mentioned it in my reaction, but yeah, and that's gonna play I feel like that's gonna play a really big mental game with him. I didn't notice that he had his weapons, but that again just reinforces how serious he was taking all of this. And you know, now I feel like it's gonna bite a few people in the ass for what eventually happens after that. So yeah, again, I also liked during this whole thing, Ruby slowly slides down out of the shot and then she emerges back on the other side. I just thought it was a funny animation, to To just shit like Ruby's just like, oh God, am I like, what did I sign up for? Like Weiss had the right idea. She really did. Like, yo, a movie? What could beat a movie? But yeah, I'll definitely talk about it. He's becoming self-destructive as he focuses on nothing but the mission. Exactly, and that's the whole point of like the dilemma with Blake in Volume 2. They were saying like, yo, we just want you to relax for one day, take a load off, we'll recuperate, we're gonna talk about the plan. We've already made some progress since then. And Blake was just, and then burning the can, like it was the burning the candle actually. It was the burning the candle episode, and it was Yang that really kind of got through to her of like, hey, you know, you can focus on a mission, but you can't let that mission overcome, like you can't let that mission consume you, because then you're gonna be no better than any, you know what I mean? What good are you at that point? Basically, we need a burning the candle part 2 for Ren at this point. Essentially is what I'm getting at. Hey, what's up, Scott? Guys and gals in the chat, for those of you who don't know, Scott Porter is he's a streamer and a YouTuber. He does a bunch of videos and content for updates, and he covers like anything and everything regarding RWBY Amity Arena. Like every time a new card comes out or a new something update comes out for the game, he's always covering it. Great to have you in the chat, guy. Hi, Arnold. Finally able to catch one of these. Well, I hope you're in for a long haul. We've been going on for 2 hours, and I'm about halfway through the episode. So, welcome. I hope you enjoy your stay. We're talking about the latest chapter of Volume 7, so I hope you're caught up as well, because a lot of shit went down. But thank you so much for joining. Appreciate having you here, bud. Let's see. I'm also sorry about the super chats that I'm not like constantly up to like keeping up to date with them. It's honestly the rambling, to be quite honest. In all seriousness, I mean, Kermit, here's the thing. All right. It's one thing to get upset or annoyed about a ship, but the fact of the matter is, I think more people get upset about hearing about it outside of the show, and I feel like a lot of people project that negativity or anger towards what's going on. Like, we have to get this info, like, we have to get this, like, we have to get the development, right? Like, Ren and Nora took 7 volumes to happen. It has to happen, dude. And I feel like a lot of people let their emotions of a ship or shipping in general, or people who are excited about it, weigh way too much on, like, the show delivering it in a certain way. And I'm not going to get any more into it than that, than just say, like, I don't know, you're just going to have to deal with it. Like, it's a thing. It happens. What if the last question is all about who is able to maybe not defeat Salem, but what if the last question is who is able to break Salem's immortality? Well, then you know what? She's going to look right at them and be like, only Salem can do that, because that's what the God of Light said. He was like, that's basically what he said. He was like, what did he say? You must understand the importance of life and death. Only then may you rest. So it's up to Salem. It really is. Like, no one can stop her but her. For any Kuriko no Bat, she's basically Almine. Like, no one can beat me. No, the only one who can beat me is me. Like, no one can stop Salem but Salem. And Salem is too bitter, too spiteful, and too vindictive to I think want to do any of that, especially as time has gone on, and on top of all the grim influences that have overtaken her as time has progressed as well. Also, too, if there is a last Jin lore dub, do you think it would have anything to do about the Silver-Eyed Warriors, because we don't know the core of that power? I don't think we're getting any more Silver-Eyed lore, to be honest. I think Maria mentioned it the best she could, which is it's like a legendary, very secreted thing that even she, who knows how to wield it, didn't have all the answers, and her father didn't have all the answers, who taught it to her. So it's a very limited base, like there's very limited knowledge on it, so you can't really give more than that. Unless Ozpin has the answers, unless Ozpin knows of the Silver Eyes origins or whatever the case might be. But I don't think we're going to get any more than what we already have in terms of Silver Eyes information. Unless if we get a Team Stark flashback and Summer Rose has Silver Eyes and I would at least like to know if Summer Rose knew how to channel her Silver Eyes, who taught that to her? And if it was Ozpin, then yeah, I think there is maybe some possibility to get more information on it. But yeah, the Silver Eyes went out the way of the Kurta clan. Or the Uchiha clan, basically. Their eyes are what made them special, and they got killed for it. I liked this moment here, too. This was great. I actually didn't notice this the first time. I noticed it during the second reaction, which Ruby was just like, please don't leave me. I'm like, oh, it was just a funny moment. It just, again, it emphasizes, like, the mistake Ruby made in coming here because she's got to deal with being a third wheel and, you know, everything else. Eventually, she finds her place and just kind of enjoys the moment while she can. Yeah, that was a Hunter x Hunter reference. And I guess in a way, if you don't watch Hunter, because it's literally the best anime of all time. I don't care what anyone says. Or shonen, I would say. It would be better if it wasn't on hiatus, but we'll leave that at that. Yeah, the Sharingan's like the next best thing because there's a lot of parallels to Naruto and Hunter because Hunter came first. Ruby, A. Hold on. 18. Thank you for resubbing on Twitch, by the way. Ruby right now, why am I still here? Just to suffer? Also sent a message in Discord for after the stream about what happened yesterday. Okay, no, that's not a problem. I'll get to that as soon as the discussion is wrapped up. Thanks again for resubbing. You're 1 month away from the Yang emblem on Twitch, by the way. So I appreciate the 11 months of support. And then we got the fist bump. This was so adorable. Classic Penny, man. I expected, you know, I'd expect to see something like this in Chibi, but it's great to see that they're still able to have a lot of comedy and a lot of like the comedic flair and touches that make sense. Like Penny's just super like overly excited and just like Ruby's like, what have I done? I liked it. It also reminded me of like the Big Hero 6, like the blah 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 blah. But like Baymax, like I just think like what would Baymax do in this situation if he's like, I detect pain in your right hand, and Ruby's just like, what have I done? It was just a good pure wholesome nuts and bolts moment. And then you hear like the heart beating noise too. It was just really well. It would have been awesome if Penny could detect the pain that she inflicted on Ruby in this moment, but I love how she like closes her eyes and like lines up the fist bump too. I think that's what I love the most about it. She just takes it super seriously. Ruby was just like, you know, I'm just hanging out with a friend on the job. Yeah, these two are great. I love that we're getting interaction between them two again. But yeah, things are going well. At this point, they're going behind stage because Penny's supposed to be running security. Eventually, her and like Ruby and Penny have to split so that way they can get work done. Marrow is also there, which I question that decision because a couple episodes, like episode 4, they were like, oh, you know, like Ironwood was basically commanding Clover. He was like, hey, you guys go into Mantle, figure out stuff. Don't bring too many of you. We don't want people to be upset. And then he says, oh, and Clover, don't take Marrow. You literally said it has nothing to do with this moment. But what I'm saying is, if you don't want to take Marrow into a situation like that, why would you have him, the rookie of the bunch? I understand it was like they probably thought nothing was going to happen, but I just think it was like a very big error to look at a political situation like this and be like, nothing bad will happen. I guess for Stay. I guess for his command semblance, but at what cost? You know what I mean? I don't want to say it's because he's a Faunus, because like obviously if he's a Faunus, like I would assume Faunus are just far more like are just better greeted in Mantle than any other Aesop that they have. At the very least, he's like the bridge between Atlas and Faunus in terms of being a Faunus as well and understanding the systemic issues that affect his kind. But yeah, obviously, also things don't really. It's because he's the rookie too. That's another thing too. It's like, yo, you don't let the rookie take point. Maybe I'm sleeping on Meryl right now, but I don't know. Yeah, it is good for crowd control. We'll talk about that too, because there's a bit of criticism or critiques that I want to go through with you guys on just how the whole scene played out in general. But for those who don't know, we got you obviously would know. We got the voices of the two additional Happy Huntresses, Robin Hill's Happy Huntresses, May and Joanna. Now, what I didn't realize and here's the thing too, it's crazy because last week I was looking in the credits to see like names and stuff like that. This week, this episode shocked me so much I forgot to look at the credits for anything. And I was kind of upset about that, because I found out that this girl's name is May Marigold. Now, Marigold might be familiar to some of you because in Volume 4, Chapter 6, we got introduced to Henry Marigold up in Atlas at one of Weiss's fundraiser parties after the concert. So it seems like these two, or AKA Discount Neptune. So I want to see Henry Marigold. I don't want a single person to be like, but he's not relevant. Like, just like how I still want to see Ciao Soleil, I still want to see Henry Marigold again. And the fact that he basically has a sister, it seems, I want to be able to see both of them. One's in Atlas, one's in Mantle. What does that mean for their family? What does that mean for their ideologies on just like Atlas as a society versus Mantle as a society? Well, Atlas versus society versus Mantle as a society. One's on the top, one's on the bottom. I don't care if he's not relevant, all right? You know what wasn't relevant? Giving her the last name Marigold, because that's immediately going to make me want to see some type of something between these two, because they gave us him last volume and they're giving us, they gave us him in Volume 4 and her now. And I think we'll eventually go up to Atlas, so I think it would be super cool if they cross paths. For nothing more, just to see how they treat each other, or, you know what I mean? Because he was very, he talked down about Mantle, too, when he was talking about, he's like, oh, I don't know what this whole thing is. I honestly just come here for the food and drinks and the exceptional company. And then he says, what is this for anyway? Another Mantle fundraiser or something? So the way that he talks about Mantle makes it seem like he, looks down on Mantle, and you got family that lives there, buddy. So I just wonder what that's like. Another brother-sister dynamic there, along with Ruby and Yang, Winter and Weiss. You know, even if they're side characters, it'd be kind of interesting to just see if there is a narrative purpose to it, other than it just simply being, hey, remember that guy? Yeah, he has a sister. We're not going to do anything with that. We just wanted to let you know in the credits. So yeah, bootleg Neptune. I wouldn't be surprised if they hate each other, especially considering the fact that Forrest mentioned it as well. He says that basically all of the Robin and the Happy Huntresses attended Atlas and they graduated at the top of their class, but they chose to stay in Mantle instead of joining the military and stuff like that. So they basically had a choice to kind of go up into Atlas and serve, but they chose not to. So, and obviously it comes down to their ideologies of, just wanting better things for the people here. And this could very well be where both of them were from. You know what I mean? Both of them could have started in Mantle and maybe he went up and she stayed. So Happy holidays, dude. I'll give you more next time. Spent all my money on Amity Arena for the week. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much, Scott. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll be able to catch one of your streams the next time you do stream, but thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the holidays as well, buddy. Appreciate you. Let's see. Why are people talking about Fairy Tail? I thought this was a RWBY discussion. I'm sorry. Yeah, again, I just want to see Henry. I feel like we'll never see CL again just because they basically were like, yeah, Penny, you ain't got time for friends. Not saying CL was a friend, but she was a part of her team, at least at the Vital Festival tournament, so. I need some input on this next part here. Because this got me thinking, and for a few reasons. So first off, let me preface this by saying the voice actress for May Marigold is Kaden Jensen, who is LGBT and who obviously voices and works at Rooster Teeth. Now, I was very confused by not confused. Intrigued, I think, is the better word, by this moment here, where Marrow says to Robin, we're just making sure, you know, that nothing bad happens, ma'am. And when he says ma'am, yeah, please keep it on topic with RWBY. This isn't like, if you want to go talk about Fairy Tail. I don't want the chat to just turn into a Fairy Tail anime discussion, is what I'm getting at. He says, and it was a couple of things. It was the fact that Marrow was like, we're just, you know, we're here to make sure things don't go wrong, ma'am. He says ma'am to her, like emphasizing ma'am, and then these two on the side look at each other and start like they just give like a snark. And the first thing that I don't know, it was just a little odd to me. So yeah, I was like, I paused it too, and I'm like, wait, what was that reaction for? Was he like talking down to her because she's a woman or something? I mean, he's a fawn. No offense, he's a faunus. So it's like, that's not good. Like, you should know what that's like. The authority play? I wonder. I thought, I'll be honest with you guys. Okay, like straight up. I'll be honest with you guys. I thought he said ma'am, and they did that. And I said it in my reaction too. I was like, is Robin a ma'am? Because I don't want to get too much into it because I'm not really that well versed. But I know that Kaden is LGBT and she voices May. So the representation would be doubled if that was the case for May because it's backed by someone who's voicing her. So on top of that, the reaction that they both gave and the way that he says ma'am, I was like, wait, why would they give a reaction like that if he wasn't, like, unless that wasn't the case? So I'm wondering if that's a potential theme with some of, like, if that's the theme with the Happy Huntresses, if they are LGBT in that way, and maybe it's not necessarily noticeable just by looking at them. So, or maybe I'm looking too much into it. Who knows? Hey, I might be looking too much into it. I'm just saying, it's a possibility. Anyways, these two were hella passive aggressive to each other. It's like, you can do, I mean, what's his name? Clover said the same thing too. He was like, you know, if you want to get the job done, you better do it through the proper legal channels And she's all in the middle of nowhere trying to apprehend materials and resources for Mantle. And I really wonder if she was going to pull the trigger and like fight them for it, knowing that, hey, you're about to be a political figurehead, someone that probably doesn't want this on their probably doesn't want something like this, period, because, hello? Even if she's kind of like a vigilante, I know she's fighting for the people, so she's like, what is it? Chaotic good? Lawful good, right? Yeah, lawful good, I think is what it is. Is that what it is? Lawful something. Lawful, I don't know. She's one of the things on the things. I don't remember them. Chaotic good. I think that's what it is. So she's like, yo, I'm gonna do the right thing, whether it's the right thing or wrong thing to do. I'm gonna do what needs to be done. Lawful neutral? I don't know any of that. I have to go back and look at it, because I kind of forget like which one is like what each person would be bracketed under. Like, because Clover is described as someone who does everything by the book. So he's just like lawful good. He's like, I'm going to do the right thing as abided by the law as possible. Whereas Robin is like, I'll do what's good even if it's bad to do it. Which is like, hey, I might be robbing you, but I'm helping out these people that those resources are for. Yeah, so it's chaotic good. Okay. God, if I didn't have you, chat, I don't know where I'd be right now. I don't know half the stuff I'm talking about, trust me. Jason Simons? I hope that's how you say that, because I'm going to have the Simon Simmons thing. I know Simmons is with 2 M's. Thank you for the super chat. Arnold, I think it's because she's practically about to become a council member. He's showing some respect and reminding her of her that she needs to be lawful. Okay. Like I said, it could be any of those things. I might just be looking too much into it, but at the very least, wanted to put it on the table there that's something that I thought about. Yeah, so these two as well. Like, Marrow, I think at this point, it could be a bit of his naivety as the rookie of the Aesops. You know, he's the rookie of the bunch. And she's also trying to come around to the fact of like, hey, the law isn't perfect, you know? And he's like, really? I had as a Faunus, I had no idea. You know, so they're just being really passive aggressive to each other. You know, she's like, everything I've done is in the... Technically, it's like, it's only cheating if you get caught. It's only lying if you get caught. It's only stealing. You know what I mean? I feel like that's her mindset. It's like, it's only stealing if you get caught. So, technically, yeah, everything she's done is legal. Because if there are things that have been illegal, you can't prove it. So, you know, in the eyes of the law, it's, you know... innocent until proven guilty. Yeah, Ryan Haywood intensified. It's only murder if you get caught. Lie, cheat, steal, and survive. Oh boy. Those are 4 words I never thought I'd hear again. But yeah, so these two, and again, this just set, like, it's so convenient. This has nothing to do with the plan, but it really does set up to make them look really bad once the plan goes off, because in Robin's head, it's going to be like, yeah, this guy came here being super passive aggressive, almost looking for trouble or not looking to start stuff, but obviously rocking the boat a little bit. And then things go off and he's like, I swear we didn't do this, despite how I might have come off at the beginning. So, it just casually worked out for them. Watts is like calculated as fuck, dude. I don't even think he had nothing to do with this moment here, but it just worked out for him. It was just a bonus on top of everything that went down. Can we talk about this Faunus girl real quick? I think she's new Faunus best girl. Like, you know what I mean? Like, shout out to Red Panda Girl from Chapter 1, but I think you've met your match. Fiona Time, everybody. That's her name, Fiona Time. which was really funny because I watched, I read the, do you guys keep up with the RWBY, like, status charts by Brandon, N7, or N7 Brandon? For this week, for Fiona, he was like, she's running out of time. Those are so good, man. I was cracking up laughing when I read that. Yeah, he was like, she's running out of time. Yeah, I've been following those for God knows, I think like since what, when did he start doing? I don't remember. I think volume 3, 4 was around the time I discovered those. It's so cool that he still follows up with doing them week, you know, whenever RWBY's out. It's such a treat. But yeah, she's so emotive. Like, she like emotes so well. She's like bouncing around and like hopping up and down and just constantly in motion. Getting a little emotional. I love it. She's got a really cute design. Her voice, I like her voice. Definitely a big fan of Robin. I don't know if there's something going on with them two with this bottom shot here, but it's there. She's like, just like, oh my gosh, you're my hero. I love you. Yeah. She's the embodiment of Wooloo. For any of you Pokemon fans out there. Also, I think it's absolutely mind-boggling that we've had 900 concurrent viewers this entire stream. That's the most viewers I've had in the discussion so far, so I'm pretty sure it's heavily based on the fact that of this episode in particular, because a lot of shit went down. So again, I just want to say thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you've enjoyed the 2 hours of discussion so far. Sorry, did I say no, yeah, 900. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. Again, I hope you guys are enjoying it. Yeah, someone already dropped the sacrificial lamb joke, even though she's a sheep faunus. I'll let it pass. I'll let it slide. Yeah, she is confirmed a sheep faunus. But yeah, I just thought she was adorable. The little kind of intro speech she gave to kind of set up for Robin was great. And, you know, she obviously believes in Robin. It's very clear based on the fact that she's also a happy huntress. So, thank you, Zin Vandel. I appreciate that. Appreciate the kind words, bud. Let's see. You know what I really wish we got to see throughout this entire scene? I really wish we'd be able to pick out Tyrion in the crowd. Cause yeah, it was kind of cool that we didn't know that Tyrion was in the crowd until Watts was like, "You ready, Tyrion?" And it's like, what? He's been in the crowd the whole time? I just think in hindsight, because obviously you would never notice by watching the first time, I think it would have been really neat if you went back and rewatched it, you could pick out where Tyrion was. I assume he's right in front of Robin in this shot. That's why you can't see him. I assume. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he's most likely right in front. But I wish he wasn't in this spot, because then we'd be able to see him, is what I'm getting at. Or like in the other shots, like any given point during the moments where they're like panning around and stuff like that. I like how you can see Ren and Nora from here too. Like it's very brief because they're both facing away from each other, but it's in the far back when Robin puts her like raises her hand, you can kind of see the orange of Nora's hair. You can see Ren kind of clear too. So, I also think it's like she's got like light blonde hair, but in this shot it looks like her hair is white, which is kind of cool. And obviously RWBY's right there too. She's the only one not clapping. What's wrong with you, RWBY? Some supporter you are. I do also like how the drones are just kind of like just gliding. They're just chilling there, just practically suspended in midair. But yeah, overall I kind of liked this moment. I forgot to include this clip, but there was one moment where Ren is like, can we just not do this right now? And I'm just like, that's like the classic relationship line whenever two people are arguing. It's like, can we not argue right now? Can we, like, not now, please? Can we just do something else? And I'm just like, Ren, at that point, that's where it was confirmed when he dropped that, when he was like, can we not do this right now? Robin could be blocking Tyrion. Yeah, that's what I mentioned earlier. Shadow Wolf. I just meant in general, like throughout the entire scene, like the scene of the, like when we first saw the party environment with the music. If you pause that moment, it'd be cool if you can pick out in the crowd where Tyrion's like brown robe was, or brown hood was. If you were able to pick it out in something like that. And then, yeah, I think he's right in front of Robin in that shot. That's why you can't see him. Let's see. There are kids in the background. Oh, are there? That's unfortunate. Hold on, let me see. Let me go back real quick. Actually, yeah. I don't know if I can spot any. I don't doubt it. I actually do think I saw a kid or two here, like in the episode itself. Yeah, on the left. Okay. Wait, far right? Someone said far right. Someone said... Oh, okay, yeah, I see them. I see them all the way in the back there. Jesus. Yeah, top right. Yeah, I see them now. Okay. You guys have a better eye than I do. So, this little thing happened. No big deal, you know, just a small moment, not that serious. No one's been waiting for this forever. I didn't predict this 2 days before the episode went out. By the way, you're welcome. By the way, you're welcome. I single-handedly turned the tables for Rhaenyra shippers everywhere, for the RWBY community. I went where no man has gone before. Right to Rooster Teeth's front door. I dropped a freaking 4-minute video. I was like, look, this is Rhaenyra in a nutshell. You better fix this. And 2 days later, we got this. Who's to say we would have this moment had I not posted that video? Remember that. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you, Based Arnold. Oh boy, someone was like, Arnold, make a Bumblebee video now. Oh boy. Somebody said a couple weeks ago, they were like, Arnold, you have like a special gift. Every time you say you want to see somebody or some character, in the next episode they show up. Stop wasting that superpower on characters like this person and that person. They were like, oh, just wish that Jacques was dead in the next episode and it'll happen, or something like that. And I was just like, God damn. All right. I don't want to abuse my divine powers, my abilities, my good luck, I would just say. Thank you, Arnold, for putting a death flag on Nora. Oh, boy. Look, I didn't do that. You know? I didn't make the show. That's all I'm saying. I didn't make the show. But yeah. Also, if you're watching this live stream discussion after the fact, type thank you in the chat. You're welcome. I'm just doing God's work, okay? I'm just a simple man. That was funny. But yeah, it's confirmed. Holy shit, dude. I did not see this coming. I was like, why are they fighting? Why are they doing this? I literally thought Rooster Teeth was trolling us, to be honest. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I just put out this video, like, talking about how Rhaenyra's been, like, worked up on for the last 7 volumes, and now you're making it worse. You're driving a further wedge between them two. They're fighting now. They're arguing for the first time. And it's just like, and it just kept getting, like, you know what I mean? Like, she brought up these other people, and yeah, I guess it built up to this moment. Super surprised. I was not thank you guys. Thank you all in the chat. You're welcome. Don't say I never did anything for you. Oh boy. But yeah, I'm nervous. Now you guys are going to start saying no, Arnold, because when this happened, you know, and another thing too, the girl went in for the kiss. Pyrrha went in to kiss Jean too. We all know how that turned out. Tell Me It's Love. I think that's the name of the song. Yeah. So, stop. Oh, Shane, I apologize, buddy. Hold on, let me. Damn it. Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, it's super weird. Hold on, give me 1 minute. Gotta say, they had Nora idea. Wait, glad to say they had Nora idea what would come next. Oh, okay, that was a bit of a stretch there, buddy. I was expecting a pun. I don't know what that was. That's yeah. I don't know what that was, buddy. I appreciate the super chat though. Let's see. Kind of felt like a damn, it's about time they kissed, but I still loved it. Also, thanks for replying to my last 2 super chats. It's really nice of you, even though you don't have to. Well, it's just the fact, like, I'm just trying to, like, keep up with, like, I know I get caught up in my rambling, and I do apologize if anything slips through the cracks. You know what I mean? I also have a live chat that's constantly going, so, I mean, I do appreciate the super chats. I don't want anyone to feel like they have to give a super chat just to be recognized or have a comment acknowledged, but it's just the fact that, like, I'm ultimately just here to kind of discuss and chat and talk about the episode and hope that you guys enjoy the discussion, or it's a good thing for you guys to be able to have as, you know, something that passes the time or holds you guys over until the next chapter, or just if you guys actually do like the content, I appreciate that too. So, you know what's funny? Oh my God, Ross. You know what's funny, dude? RWBY Chibi! They keep doing it! I didn't get the actual. So this is a meme. I don't know if Ross made this. Did you make this, Ross? Because I got it from your DM that you sent me. But yeah, subtlety is the key. Subtlety just got thrown out the window by Nora Valkyrie herself. But yeah, this was essentially like a meme from a RWBY Chibi moment when she was... Also, when you think about it, she did his hair in RWBY Chibi. And she also braids his hair in Volume 7. Canonical, confirmed. RWBY Chibi spoils without context. But yeah, confirmed. Ren plus Nora. Let's see. Hold on, give me a second. I'm reading the chat really quick. Wait, Ross, did you? I didn't see if your response. I'm trying to find it. Oh yeah, you gotta wait 45 seconds. Yeah, I made it. All right, good on you, bud. You know what, Ross? You're kind of digging yourself into a hole, because I feel like at this point you've built up a level of expectation that people expect a meme by you every week. I'm just throwing that out there. I think I've shown a meme from you since episode... Oh! I just remembered. Hold on, give me a second. The poll from last week. Oh, I just remembered. Okay, hold on. We interrupt this discussion to bring you a live update. Hold on. Okay. So, some of you heathens... No, I'm just kidding. So, I think we're gonna do this I was supposed to start the discussion with this, but I think it's better to, like, do it midway through. That way it's not immediate and where everyone's here. So, last week, 2 weeks ago, for those who are on Twitter or the YouTube community tab, I made a post 2 weeks ago because we got into this really heated debate about peppermint. I'm not a fan of peppermint. If you're a fan of peppermint, I appreciate you stopping by on the stream. You can go now. I'm just kidding. So we had a debate on peppermint. I am in a vast minority of people who dislike it compared to people who do like it. So then last week I was like, we got caught up into tomatoes because we were talking about the sandwich when Nora was like, I could eat a sandwich the size of Cobalt, and it was a BLT. And then there were people in the chat that were like, tomatoes are good. Other people like tomatoes were bad. So I was like, all right, I guess this week that's what the poll is going to be. What do you like more? Like, do you like tomatoes? Do you not like tomatoes? So, the results are in. Hold on, give me a second. I gotta find them because I was very surprised with the results. I have very rarely, if ever, heard anyone be supportive of tomatoes. Maybe it's because in my like the same people I hang out with who don't like tomatoes, it's not like one day they're gonna wake up and be like, you know what, I like tomatoes. I'm always gonna hear those opinions on tomatoes. So let us go to the polls. So Twitter poll, 2,398 votes. The final results, 52% are fans of. You know what? Those 52%, you're all right in my book. 48% says keep it away from me. And there are quite the funny responses to this. Someone also did this. Rajan did this. Rajan Rising. He made the peppermint to tomato Drake meme for me, which is very accurate. I was a fan of this. I was a big fan of this. I thought it was really funny. And then going to YouTube, which had a way bigger outcome, 7,800 votes. We had 59 in favor, saying that I'm a fan, 41% saying keep that shit away from me. And a myriad of comments as well. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, all right? Some of you guys want to have your cake and eat it, too. A tomato is a tomato, all right? A tomato doesn't automatically become good because it turns into ketchup or because it turns into pizza sauce or because it turns into whatever else. I'm talking about like a tomato that you slice and you put into a sandwich and you eat it, or you slice it up and put it into a salad. Something like a legit tomato or salsa. Like those are just aspects of a tomato that change into something else. Like, you don't like tomatoes, you like pizza sauce. You don't like tomatoes, you like salsa or you like ketchup. Ew, you're a tomato, Arnold. Yeah, because a lot of the comments, both on Twitter and in the tab for the entire vote in general, was a bunch of people that were very divisive on the whole. Like, there was just a divide because people were like, I'm conflicted to pick no because I do like what tomatoes are a product of, like a byproduct of. So I was just like, no, it's one or the other, Chief. So really quick, today's poll, we're going to do a poll on this every week. I have one for this week and I have one for next week. So get ready for that. I'm not going to tell you what next week's is. Actually, I might tell you next week's just so I don't forget. But today's poll is going to be orange juice, pulp or no pulp. And if you get this wrong, I might just time you out of my chat right now. So choose wisely. We've had these discussions in my Discord, and I'm basically transitioning those discussions to my live stream. Oh boy. So I'm gonna make sure I do the poll at the end of the discussion, just because I feel like I took a bit of a detour going. Like, I was talking about Renora, and now we're talking about peppermint, tomatoes, and pulp. Okay. I do not like pulp. No pulp whatsoever. Okay. If given the chance, if given the option, I will always go no pulp, but I will drink pulp if I have no other choice. So in a way, I'm tolerant of pulp, but if given the chance, no, thank you. Have I ruined anyone's good day with my hot takes? I vote option C, low acid. My stomach can't handle normal levels. I All right, I'll give you a pass on. I'll give you the third option. I'm joining right now and I'm so confused. Is this a RWBY discussion or Tim? I'm sorry, Sodium. Yeah, so we've been doing like not controversial, but I guess opinionated polls week to week. Last week we had a poll on like what are people's fit, like how do people feel about tomatoes, and now I'm asking people if they like pulp in their orange juice or no pulp. What's the difference? I can't tell. It really comes down to like the texture. Do you want a bunch of random like floaty like fruit bits in your drink while you're drinking it, or do you want it to go down smooth? That's really what it comes down to, is the texture. Yeah, also opinionated polls that do not matter. So next week's poll, well, the one after this one, the one I'm going to do for next week's discussion, is going to also be very similar, and actually might be a little closer to home than some of you guys might think. But like I said, I'll do the poll after the discussion is completed, after we go through the last of the. I just wanted to kind of remind you guys because it's, you know, it's something we've been doing from week to week. But yeah, after the discussion is done, I'll put up the poll. You guys can voice your opinions and thoughts, comments, concerns, all that jazz. So let's see. Okay, Renoil Subtlety. Okay, so here we are. You know what I thought when I saw this moment? I was like, Watts is definitely the type of person to like go to the store and buy like the latest iPhone, like 1,000 of them, and just keep them on his person, like with these scrolls. I wouldn't be surprised if he helped develop the scrolls, because are those the old ones? Does he have are those old model scrolls? Because he wouldn't get the new ones, right? He wouldn't get new tech. They don't even look, they look like phones, honestly. They look like iPhones, to be quite honest. Yeah, Watts, dude. Watts just has like a ring on every finger. Yo, I almost want to say, like, yeah, Watts probably isn't a fighter, but I'm going to say that those rings are just his weapons. They're his weapon of technology. Yeah, so he just keeps all of those scrolls in his phone, in his that's what's in his, like, his Gucci bag. Are they mixed? Yeah, they kind of look mixed. I'm just like, how would he get that new technology? Then again, he probably has, like, again, this comes down to Jacques. Jacques giving him the resources that he needs. Watts giving him what he wants, which is a spot on the council. And if you look in the room that he's in too, there's like a bunch of like SDC, like Schnee Dust Company, like boxes with like logos on them. I also like how Tyrion was like, he's like, you ready, Tyrion? He's like, yo, your boys, I'm always ready. I'm always ready to kill some people. I'm always ready to add to my body count. It also, in a weird way, for any Harry Potter fans, it reminded me of Severus Snape when it's like, Lily, after all this time, and he's like, always. And I'm just like, why did I think of that? Why did Tyrion remind me of Snape? But but yeah, hold on, let's see. Oh boy, here I go killing again. Yeah, no, Tyrion's been having a field day. He's just been killing random people, but he clearly doesn't get enough. Also, I don't know if Ross is credited with this, but Ross showed me this as well, and I don't know anything about this franchise, but here you go. We got some Star Wars memes up in here, guys. I've never seen Star Wars, so I know nothing about any of this. I obviously know what lightsabers are. I'm not that uncultured, but yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. I need to watch everything. I need to watch My Hero. I need to watch Star Wars. I need to watch Lord of the Rings. I need to watch all the good stuff. I'm sorry. I still need to play video games, God damn it. Yes, I've never seen Star Wars. Please don't flame me in the chat. Oh, wow, Ross made this. Ross, you're making your job harder and harder, dude. Okay, so yeah, confirmed. Ross made this meme as well. Good shit, dude. The Jedi versus the Sith. Bye, Arnold, unsubscribed. Oh, boy. My bad. For your 100K special, you're reacting to Star Wars. I guess that's what I'm doing, guys. According to James Diaz or Diaz? I think I'm pretty sure that's Diaz. You uncultured swine. Look, all right? Star Wars has never come into my life, all right? I've never been in a position where someone's like, hey, Arnold, do you want to watch Star Wars? And I'm like, yeah, sure. I've never personally got into it myself, so it's like most of the things that I'm into, I almost always got into it myself. Well, my dad got me into video games, and then he kind of just sent me on my way. Anime was self-discovered. The video games that I've played ever since I was a kid, self-discovered. Very rarely have I really gotten into well, as of late, I've been more influenced by things like P5. I played Persona 5 because Julian was hamming it up so much, and we have a lot of similar likes to video games and stuff like that. Your friends deprived you then? I always had different friends growing up. I moved a lot when I was little, so I never really had a fixed amount of friends, like a fixed group of friends growing up. The friends I had in elementary school, I'd move and I'd go to a different school. I remember I was in one elementary school, and then I moved, and then all the friends that I had in elementary school, like, I never saw them again. And then I went to this different elementary school, and then I finished elementary school, went to middle school, never saw those elementary school kids again. And then I changed middle schools twice, and high school was, like, the only time that I really had, like, a core group of friends. But, like, the school year changes year over year. You're seeing new people every year, and then the people you previously saw, you didn't really see that often. So yeah, I've never had a consistent group of friends, like, in my life. I used to be, like, really jealous of kids that, like, I remember junior year of high school, I switched out of, like, a college English class to an honors English class. And there were kids in that class that have known each other since, like, preschool. And I was like, damn, that must be amazing to know that you, like, the same people they basically grew up, like, all together, going to the same elementary, middle school, high school together, same classes. And then here I am, like, making friends every other year. So yeah, I don't think I ever had friends long enough to get me into cool stuff. At the very least, I knew that I really bonded with a group of friends in elementary school over Pokemon, and then one group of friends in middle school over Yu-Gi-Oh! And then by high school, I was kind of on my own. So yeah, I kind of attribute it to that too. Like, I never got into, like, Lord of the Rings or Star Wars or comic books because I personally was never introduced to those things. Like, I never stumbled across those things growing up. But because I also never had people around me who are into those things, I just never got into them. No, I'm not, like, I'm not trying to make you guys feel bad. Like, it's my youth. It's like, I can honestly, my life is what I make it now. Like, the people I choose to be around and the things that I choose to consume, or the people that watch my content or who are influenced by what I do. It's far better for me to be able to get into those things now and actually have it be meaningful and mean something versus getting into it when I'm little and just having no connection to it anymore because, you know, the people that got me into it are no longer in my life. No, I appreciate it. I don't want you guys to think that, like, I'm, like, this is, like, a cry for help and that I'm actually, like, revealing repressed memories. It's just a fact. I know someone mentioned, like, oh, your friends didn't help you out, and I was just like, I don't have any friends. No, I'm just kidding. I have some good friends now, and they're definitely into those things, but I guess I don't let myself get into it because I'm so focused on my own thing. But yeah. Also, Tyrion's in this shot still. Look out, Tyrion! But yeah, this plan, man. Have you ever seen, like, I really, really think that Watts is, like, the best villain now. Like, he hasn't had a chance to fuck up And I think I mentioned this, last week, was it? No, the week before. So chapter 4, chapter 4, when Watson and Jacques met up, I said Tyrion is far more methodical than, I'm sorry, why am I saying Tyrion? Watts. I apologize. Watts is far more methodical and like just put together than Tyrion. He's far more calculated and methodical than Cinder, who lets her ego get in the way of things. And he doesn't have a hate boner for one person like Hazel. So I feel like because he's just so like big brain, like he's very charismatic, he's charismatic, he's intelligent, he's calculated. This guy has made such an impact on the cast. He's made such an impact on Mantle, and people don't even know he exists. You know? And honestly, you got to give it up to Tyrion as well, because if it wasn't for Tyrion, Watts wouldn't be able to get away with this plan. Wouldn't work without all the pieces being in play. To be honest, I honestly think I wouldn't be surprised if Jacques is the one who provided all of those scrolls to Watts, unless those were all in his bag. Tyrion is the one that's kind of going around setting up all of those murders to raise suspicions on Ironwood and Atlas. This entire plan wouldn't have worked without Tyrion. You know, it was basically both of them putting in their efforts, and it worked. You know what I mean? Now the messed up part of this is the bottom right corner.
Calm down. We're not here.
EDH player, thank you for the $5 donation. Also, I'm sorry, I missed your previous one. Thank you for the $10 total donation. I know I'm late. I knew shit was gonna hit the fan. So many things to talk about. First off, Watts acting like a freaking conductor was creepy as hell. Secondly, Tyrion's face when he saw RWBY screaming, "Stop me if you can." Lastly, Rhaenyra, that is all. Also, I really want to know Watts' motivations for working with Salem now. Also, please read my previous donation. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was, again, caught up in my rambles. I apologize, but I agree with all of those points you made. I think Watts has like a personal vendetta that's probably really personal and obviously a personal vendetta that I guess really just strikes a chord with how Atlas and Mantle's relationships have been. This makes me feel more and more that Watts was a part of Mantle at one point. It might have been a part of Atlas's initial upbringings when Mantle was the capital. And maybe he was one of the few that got shafted after Atlas became the new capital and Mantle got kicked to the side after all the work that he did and stuff like that. He could be a rival to Pietro, you know what I mean? Especially if they were partners and Pietro went up, Pietro got approved and Watts didn't. I could easily see that, but the disgraced part is what I'm not understanding, because to be disgraced would mean that you had to have done something fucked up. And for you to be presumed dead, that would also mean that something crazy had to have happened or something went awry and led people to believe that and led you to set it up to be that way. Now, the messed up part of this is Ren. And I feel like there's going to be an immediate backlash on either Ren or Nora's part because, and let me, I'm going to preface this just because there is something that I feel like is even more focal to why this all happened. A reason why this plan went down so well is just because Ren got distracted. No, I don't want to say distracted. Ren and Nora had their moment, and that blindsided everything. So, hold on. Someone said Kiersey Twitter now. Hold on. Give me a second, guys. All right. Is she teasing the next episode? Kiersey, what are you doing? Hold on. Oh. I don't know if am I following Kiersey? Oh, yeah, I am following her. I spelled her name wrong. It's Kie. Wait, did somebody... Oh, man. Okay, hold on. She tweeted out, "Yay, new RWBY episode. You guys are all gonna die." Ah! She's teasing tomorrow's chapter. I'm so nervous. I wish I hadn't seen that. Oh, boy. She's basically just building up, like, anticipation for the chapter. She's saying, if you guys thought chapter 7 was good, you guys are in for a... And she put, like, a gif of Barack Obama, like, kicking a door open and walking out of it. Oh, boy. Yeah, so I gotta deal with that now for the rest of the discussion. So yeah, I think Ren is going to I don't want it to be like Ren blames Nora, because it's something like they're just gonna blame themselves. Either Ren's gonna blame himself or Nora's gonna blame herself for why that happened, right? Ren was so hyper focused. He brought his weapons. He didn't want to argue. He didn't want to deal with any of that. He just wanted to focus on making sure nothing went wrong. And she swoops in for the kiss. He gets that moment. They have their moment together. And in that time, Tyrion shows up. Power goes out. RWBY has no one but RWBY knows that something's about to go on. And yeah, it's very clear that you can easily look at it and be like, you know what I mean? This, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of like the fucking like Jean, like, oh, if you want to help Mr. Ark, make sure you watch Point. And then Pyrrha starts screaming, and then Amber dies, and people are like, Jean, you had one job. It's like, Ren, you had one job. You know, I mean, it wasn't all on Ren, but at the same time, things would have been so different if Ren was paying attention. Not their fault, but things would have been different if the kiss didn't happen. I guarantee you. So, and it made even more sense for me because of the fact that, because Ren brought his weapons. I didn't even realize that. Like, holy shit, he was ready for, like, anything to go down. And, like, the second RWBY was like, it was Tyrion. Tyrion's here. Like, he drew his weapons. Like, yo, this guy's here. You know what I mean? And I can only imagine what their reaction's gonna be like now. I mean, I'm not saying Ren could have fully stopped it, but Ren has, like, he's just another asset, and the emotions, I don't know. I just feel like if Ren and Nora were focused as well, things could have just been different. I think they could have been different. And I think that's why that point was brought up. Like, oh shit, like, Ren was actually focused on the mission. So, who's to say? I think that it could have been different. And that might play into a bit of the mind games or the mental fatigue, or just like his, just how he's going to be feeling about that afterwards, or how she'll feel about that if she blames herself. Like, oh, if I hadn't kissed you, maybe we would have been better prepared. And, you know, Ren might also blame himself by like, wow, I let myself, you know what I mean? So yeah, and then this fucking happens, dude. Tyrion has a field day 2.0. Yeah, this is crazy, dude. Like this is actually like actual bodies, like actual like body bags. Unbeknownst to any of them, like just imagine, like, pitch black, you don't know anything, and the next thing you're stabbed, and then you're slowly dying. Yeah, I was fucking speechless during this. And here's the thing too, like, I've seen some people mention, yeah, Tyrion's having this is Tyrion, this is like literally what Tyrion lives for. He just lives for killing people. Like, that's his whole thing. That's his inspiration, that's his whole shtick. What are your thoughts on Marrow during Tyrion's fight? It isn't shown, or could be interpreted to cast him in a suspicious light. So, I've looked at certain things that people have said, mainly on Twitter, about this episode and this moment, this whole breakdown of this scene. First thing for, like, Penny, it's like, why would Penny try, like, talking the enemy out of fighting and putting his weapons down and surrendering when he's killed no less than like 5-6 people during this entire since the lights have been out. Like 4 or 5 people are on the floor. 4 or 5 people are dead right now. I can't. Obviously, first off, Penny is like a kid. You know what I mean? She might be like the protector of the city and stuff like that. And she might be like this official secret weapon of Atlas. But I feel like Penny would still try to do the Boy Scout, Girl Scout right thing to do. You know, follow procedure, protocol, like put down your weapons and surrender. And if they don't comply, then you engage with them. Another thing that I'm wondering is, I don't know if this was like an Astro Boy thing or a Mega Man thing, but I know like a big part of like their code, like Mega Man and Astro Boy, was like, they're not supposed to kill people. You're not supposed to hurt people. You're not supposed to kill people or harm people or whatever the case might be. So I wonder if Penny is like created to like fight monsters, but not humans or faunus. So maybe that's why. I mean, she still drew her weapons, but like, yeah, law of robotics. There you go. So I wonder if maybe that's a thing. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that it is, but I wonder if, because I think of like Astro Boy and Mega Man when I think of Penny, not just Pinocchio. So I wonder if that would be something that they would take into consideration. It's like, hey, we don't want this robot to go off and kill people, so let's just put it in our programming not to kill humans or anything like that. Penny doesn't have any code, Arnold. She's a soul infused to metal. She has no restrictions. I mean, I don't know that. So I'm just going based off the fact that, like, yeah, Penny, when we think and talk about Penny, she's still considered a robot. So I don't know the ins and outs of Atlas's tech to say for sure. That's why it's simply a theory. Serve the public trust, protect the innocent, uphold the law. Exactly. And yeah, Tyrion pulling his like Houdini move over here obviously caught her off guard. I don't know what the hell. Maybe it was just for like the effect. Like, yeah, he's elusive. Like you won't be able to stop Tyrion. You kidding me? So yeah, and then she got spooked right there. And
calm down.
Hey, Nimble Fox, thank you for the $5. Tyrion, Torchwick, stop telling me to calm down. The other robots could attack people, so I don't see it. What do you mean the other robots? Like the Dr. Wily's robots? Well, yeah, because those were evil robots, if I'm not mistaken. Like, let's see. The faunus triggered me so much. They have night vision, yet they went legally blind. All right, I'll get into that in a second. I swear to the brothers, if Nora dies to Tyrion, I'm blaming you for that prophetic dream a few weeks ago. You brought this into being. I'm not taking responsibility for any of that. Also, not all. Yeah, okay. So Nimble Fox, you're basically echoing what I'm about to get to. But before that, we still have a few more scenes to talk about. Watts is so fucking cool, dude. Like, Watts is officially the cool villain of this series. Better than Cinder, better than Hazel, probably just above Tyrion. Tyrion's really great too, in my opinion. But Watts is so cool. He's doing like this crazy, like technological, like marionette on a string puppeteer master dance right here, where he's controlling the screen, the phones, the scrolls rather, because he has like a ring on each finger and each ring does something different. So if you guys don't know what's going on right now, he is outlining Penny fighting Grimm on the top left and Tyrion killing the people at the party on the top right. Now what he's doing is he's outlining, I'll just say models. He's outlining both of their models to where he's gonna take Penny, and this is crazy fucking Atlas technology. It's crazy how this, like, I don't even know if this is possible to do in real life, but it'd be crazy if it was. But he's basically taking Penny's model and pasting it over Tyrion's actions to make it seem like Penny is doing what Tyrion is doing. Basically, yeah, them deep fakes. Or the, I guess, Photoshop or Adobe After Effects or something crazy like that. Yeah, ultra deep fakes. Yeah, I've heard of deep fakes from like Shane Dawson's thing, but is it to this extent where you can like have someone's entire body and like movements and motions be like pasted on top of somebody else? Not just face recognition? No, but it's getting there. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, that's basically what he's doing in mind you, in real time. In real time, in a course of maybe 30 seconds. At most, those lights are out for probably 30 seconds. It probably feels longer because a bunch of shit's going on. Maybe even less than 30 seconds. But I would say at the very least, 30 seconds, all that shit's going down. And he's doing all of this in real time. And he also manages, in that time, he manages to just take a like 10% of Robin's votes and give them to. That's why Jacques won. This scene right here is why Jacques won, because he just managed to just take over and give him all of her territory votes, and that's why he won. But he had to have an insurance policy, which was, hey, we also have to pin this on Ironwood, so I'm also going to have Tyrion go around and killing people in the name of Ironwood, because it's Penny, it's his robot. Now, another interesting thing is this moment here. A lot of people think that, well, not a lot of people think, but like this moment here, and I'm going to tie this into the whole Faunus discussion. Actually, you know what? I'll wait for that moment a little bit later. But it seems, and this is my perspective, this is my take on it. I've seen a lot of people have their own takes. This is my own take. I think Tyrion's semblance is Tyrion's semblance in tandem with his Faunus ability, which is poison. Essentially, what I think he's doing here, it's basically like like for any of you Pokemon fans, it's basically like Poison Jab, where his arm becomes like, I guess, acidic. Just think of it that way. Just think of his arm as like aura acid that just rips through anyone's aura, creating an opening, and then he used his other arm, his other weapon, his other like weapon to cut Fiona in the stomach. So yeah, I think his aura like literally eats aura to create an opening. I don't think it breaks it completely, because it kind of like broke in the middle to create that opening. And the reason why I say it's like a poison jab is because his eyes are glowing, and whenever his eyes are glowing in the past, it's always been that it's been implied that yeah, he's administering his poison. That's what happened when he tried to stab Ruby. That's what happened when he ended up stabbing Crow. And now it's even more vibrant because it's in tandem with what I believe is a piercing semblance attack. Again, it's I remember when I used to watch Pokemon a lot, like especially towards the end of high school. There's a Pokemon called Toxicroak, and that's how I remember it. And like I think it was Brock's Toxicroak, and whenever Brock would go on and hit on a girl, Toxicroak would come out of his Pokeball and poison jab Brock as like a way of like, hey, you know, like basically he filled the role of Misty. So this reminds me of like the Pokemon move Poison Jab, but in this universe it deteriorates aura and then he can actually attack. And it makes sense because if her aura's up, he wouldn't be able to like do like a flesh wound like that until her aura was broken. So yeah. Oh, I think it was Krogunk, actually. No, it was Krogunk. Toxicroak is what it evolved into. Yeah, my bad. Okay, here's another fun fact for you guys. The last Pokemon game that I played was Gen 3, the Hoenn region. So I think the Pokemon I'm talking about isn't even in any of the games that I've played. So I get a little confused on that as well. It's another thing that you guys can roast me for. Yeah, it's Krogunk. I remembered it now, because that's the evolution of it. But yeah, so here's the silver lining though. RWBY knows that it was Tyrion. Team Juniper, like Nora and Ren can vouch that it could be Tyrion if RWBY's saying that it's Tyrion. And this girl got a glimpse of Tyrion before he stabbed her, or before he sliced her in the stomach. So if she doesn't completely die, if this if this aura attack doesn't administer, it couldn't administer poison because he attacked her with his other arm, like his other weapon. And notice how he didn't use poison at all during this entire assault, because that would be a giveaway, right? It's like, wait, these people died from poisoning. How is that possible? It's like, oh, well, there's this scorpion dude running around and he's a faunus and he can administer poison. So, you know what I mean? But if Fiona comes to, and at the very least can vouch for RWBY, like, hey, I got a glimpse of some dude that attacked me. He looked like a scorpion. He had like these weird looking weapons, and he, you know, give a brief description because she's a faunus. Hopefully she can see in the dark. And I say that for a very specific point that I'm about to make in a second here. But yeah, I think Tyrion's ability is, or it's whatever it is, a semblance, that's super cool. Super dangerous as well, because like one thing that I'm curious about is like, I'm surprised he didn't use that against Crow, because he could have easily just went straight for him. Granted, both of their aura was down in their fight, and he still got the quote unquote killing blow. It just so happens that Crow got saved before then. But yeah, so hopefully she can identify Tyrion. That way they can basically believe RWBY. You know, if RWBY's like, hey, it was this guy, it's a scorpion dude, he's really crazy, and if Fiona's like, wait, yeah, that sounds like it, hopefully she's the one that's gonna help be able to make Robin see that this wasn't planned by them, that it was actually somebody else. Also, Penny as well. Penny can vouch that, hey, the dude that I saw that actually did this looked like this and this and that. The only problem that I'm going to have is maybe people might not believe her because like RWBY and company are friends. So it's like, well, they're just in on it with Penny. But if this girl who represents Mantle and Robin's happy huntresses comes forward and is like, no, they're telling the truth, hopefully that can work out. Yeah, Ross, I still remember. It has to do with, Mantle and the drones and all that stuff. I remember, though. Thank you for reminding me, though. And, hook, line, and sinker, dude. Hook, line, and sinker. Tyrion, I don't think Tyrion was ever planning on killing Robin right now, because he even says it right on time. We needed to get Penny in the right spot at the right time before the timer was up, before the power came back on, to plant this on somebody else. And who better than Ironwood's robot? I cannot believe this, dude. Once I saw this, I was like, they're gonna blame her. And it's so calculated. Like, this is where I was like, I'm actually like terrified of Watts. I'm like, Watts can do this? Watts can do anything in Mantle. He can literally do anything he wants in Mantle and probably get away with it too. There are very few variables right now that could ruin this for them. RWBY, Penny, and Fiona for Tyrion. And so those three for Tyrion. And honestly, I really do think Jacques and or Whitley for Watts. Those are the only two that I feel like will really have an impact on potentially taking down these guys if they are able to identify them. Crow as well, because I like Tyrion like booked it out of here, and if Crow is in the streets of Mantle and he comes across him, maybe that's how the fight will start, and then Robin will join in. If Fiona tells her about Tyrion, like, hey, this is the guy, and then she goes looking out for him, comes across Crow and him Crow and her come across Tyrion, and then the fight breaks out from the opening. Yeah, it's Yang all over again, unfortunately. Oh boy. Now let's talk about this scene right here. You got Penny in the front. You got Marrow in the front. That whole fight goes down, and Marrow is nowhere to be seen. He speaks on the intercom, Penny, what's going on over there? When he's literally like 20, 30 feet max away from her. So I'm just thinking to myself, like, what do you mean over there? We're in the same room that this is all going down in, number one. Number two, and the biggest thing that people are mentioning is the whole Faunus night vision thing. And I'm not just gonna blatantly use this as a counterpoint, like, you forgot Faunus, many Faunus, not all Faunus, are known to have nearly perfect sight in the dark. So not every Faunus can just see perfectly. Maybe some Faunus might not be able to see in the dark. It just says many. If this was a category fact for everyone, they would say all Faunus are known to have nearly perfect sight in the dark. So the thing that I will say about this, though, is, does that necessarily mean that Marrow can't see in the dark? Or does that just mean that Rooster Teeth messed up? Right? Another point that people bring up and mention. Yeah, I remember the drones. Thank you guys for asking. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, first off, not all Faunus can see, because again, this comes down to semantics. She says many Faunus are known to have nearly perfect sight in the dark. So then does that mean that there are some Faunus that just have baseline sight? Does it fluctuate based on what type of Faunus you are? Like a cat Faunus will be able to see really well in the dark, while a dog Faunus will be able to see in low light but not pitch black darkness. You know what I mean? Can they all see relatively well in the dark, but it varies depending on what species you are? You know, because in this sense, who's to say Fiona saw Tyrion coming at her? If she can see in the dark, why can't Marrow? There's no way to properly specify, like, or find a distinction between which Faunus can and which Faunus can't see in the dark. Blake and Ilya can see in the dark, clearly. They were fighting in the dark the whole time during volume 5. If Marrow's making all these calls and weird calls in general of like, where are you, Penny? What's going on? And we don't see him in any of the action or confronting Tyrion. Either A, he's a part of it, not a part of it, but like he's letting it happen. B, Rooster Teeth, it's an oversight for the RWBY that they didn't realize, like, oh shit, we have a Faunus among them that can probably see in the dark and probably be able to help. You know, because he wasn't using stay, people were running around and doing their own thing. Another thing too to consider is let me minimize this, really not minimize, but let me bring it back down to size. Another thing to realize too is that, like, yeah, and on top of that, he was in front of the stage the whole time. When the lights come back on, Marrow is right in front of the stage. Like, you should have seen all of that go down. Unless you're out, it just doesn't make sense where he is when it starts versus where he is where it ends. It's like, where were you? What were you doing? RWBY hit her head, so that's why she wasn't in the shot. Tyrion's out killing everybody. You can see him doing that. Penny's running around trying to stop Tyrion, trying to save Robin. Fiona gets stabbed. I'm pretty sure the other Happy Huntresses are in the crowd trying to like help people and stuff like that. Or maybe they're just as in the dark, no pun intended, as everybody else. But it's like, where is Marrow? Why isn't, like, where is he? And at the very least, he should be able to see what's going on if he's one of these Faunus that can see in the dark. Now, because, again, I'm just saying there is no way of telling if he can see in the dark. If it's based on species, I've been told that, like, dogs can see in low light, but not in, like, pitch black darkness like that. Another thing, too, is, what was I going to say? Another thing to Damn it. I literally just lost my train of thought. It was about to be about the dog. Damn it. Oh, I remember. So some people mentioned and brought up the fact of like, oh, maybe he can't see in the dark because in that one chapter, chapter 3, when the Aesops were going into that abandoned mine, Marrow mentioned like, oh, we need one of. So here's a good point and here's a counterpoint. So somebody mentioned like, oh, he mentions like, oh, we need someone who can fit in this space to get through, particularly someone who can see well in the dark. I'm paraphrasing, but he basically mentioned we need someone who can fit through this hole in the wall or this space in the wall who can see in the dark. Now, I chalked that up to Blake because he said someone who can fit through. So if he is a Faunus and he can see in the dark, he's still eliminated from that selection because he couldn't fit through the space that they needed for someone to go through. But Blake could. She's slimmer and she's a Faunus, so she can see in the dark. However, somebody brought up a really good point, which was, how did Marrow know? If all Faunus can't see well in the dark, how did Marrow know that Blake could see in the dark? Now, again, if it comes down to species, it makes sense why he knew, because he would know that she's a cat Faunus. But that's the only other thing that I can think of, to be quite honest. You know, the degree of how well you can see in the dark either comes down to species or it was an oversight. Or yellow eyes at this point. Those yellow eyes, my dude. Yeah, but some food for thought on both points. They're pretty valid. Obviously, there's some. It just depends. Like, unless Rooster Teeth decides, I'm pretty sure they're gonna hear about a lot of this criticism going into like the Volume 7 commentary. They'll probably address this in the commentary when it comes out. At least I hope they do. Oh, Nimble, I apologize. I'm so sorry, my guy. I'm over here talking to myself at this point. I don't know. I'm talking in circles. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, let me go back through all of these. I appreciate the super chats, guys. I really do. I'm just lost in my own discussion. Not all Faunus can see in the dark. It makes sense that Tyrion can because scorpions are nocturnal. Dogs cannot, so that can explain why Marrow can't see Tyrion. That's what I'm saying. But like, Faunus is like an umbrella. I don't think there's ever, unless like it's like an aquatic Faunus, I don't ever think there's ever been a point where Faunuses have been, or like their individual characteristics. Like, Faunus are Faunus. It's not like you're a cat Faunus, you're a dog Faunus. To us, that's what they are because that's the animal characteristics that we can identify with them. But in RWBY, at the very least, I think so, a Faunus is a Faunus. Like, they're all like under the same umbrella. But why is this such a big deal? I mean, people are just mentioning it because it doesn't answer why Marrow wasn't proactive in this scene. Like, he was non-existent in the scene, but being a Faunus, he should have had just as much of an edge as Tyrion if he can see in the dark like them. But yeah. But there's a lot of counterpoints too to like just in general the framing of Penny, right? There's the fact that her blades, none of them have blood on them. Now that's a fairly weak point I would make, just because like at least in RWBY, because in the past we've seen instances where like people get slashed up or stabbed or whatever and there should be blood on the weapon but there isn't. For example, Salem stabbed herself in the stomach with a sword during her flashback, and she pulls the blade out and it's clean as a whistle. So I don't know if they'd really go the extra mile to be like, but there's no blood on her weapons. That can't be the case, because I don't think they've ever really gone the extra mile of like coating a weapon in blood for that. However, they did do that in one way with this episode, which I thought was interesting. But yeah, I mean, Tyrion thought about it pretty well too. There are some like, if someone like were to look at the bodies and determine like his stab wounds and slash wounds versus hers, maybe like if there's like an autopsy done, you know what I mean? Obviously there's that. Penny was somewhat glowing as well. So I'm wondering if anyone can really point that out. It just doesn't make sense for people to immediately jump, like Robin in this scene right here, to immediately jump on the fact that there is a possibility that Penny did this, given Penny's track record since she's been back in Mantle. She's done nothing, I would say, she's done nothing so far but protect Mantle from Grimm. I understand there was that little skirmish that they had in the tundra, that she was like the protector of Mantle, huh? And I can see Robin having like a bit of animosity towards Penny because she feels betrayed by that. And I can see how that would come back into this situation. But this is like I just killed like 9 people versus I'm helping these guys out versus helping you out. You know? But here's the biggest thing, right? Look at all these people in the crowd. Look at all these people running at them, making their calls. It's Ironwood's robot. This is just like Volume 3, dude. You know why? Because when Yang broke, air quotes here, when Yang broke Mercury's leg, what did Ironwood say? You know, whether it was on purpose or by accident, it doesn't matter. The public has already made up their minds. You know, like it's already out there. People are already going to make up their minds. There's no point. It doesn't matter what you say. People are going to see it. People are going to hear about it. They're going to draw their own conclusions, whether it's the truth or not. And you got to deal with the consequences. And it's going to come back on. It's going to hit hard, I think, for Penny because, you know what I mean? Like she might be like, again, she might be this robot and this secret weapon, but she's literally like a kid. She's got a very naive, innocent personality. And I think something like this, where she knows she was innocent and they know she's innocent, but the people that she's been protecting now turn on her because somebody else did something like 500 IQ that no one could predict. It's going to come down hard on all of them. You know, it's mob mentality at its finest. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the conclusions have already been drawn. I just think, like, for Robin in particular, I just think looking at it a little bit more objectively, like, why would Penny just randomly do, unless they think, like, maybe she's being controlled. You know what I mean? Maybe she was planted here to be used by Ironwood and Atlas for this moment, you know, to potentially screw us over in an election or try to get me killed or whatever, or, you know, assassinate her or whatever the case might have been because she was winning the votes. But what doesn't make sense, I think it's going to be more so pinned on Ironwood than Atlas as a whole, because Jacques and Robin are both opposing Ironwood, and Ironwood is Penny's robot. So even though, you know, and they're going to blame her now for the other murders that were happening that Tyrion was doing to the reporters and, you know, to what happened with Forrest and stuff like that. Everyone's going to be like, all those murders were Penny. It proves it. She just killed all those people at that rally. And yeah, everything that's just been built up, it's just been a slow burn for Watts. It sucks, man. It fucking sucks. And the bottom left image here, I mentioned it earlier, but I'm willing to dismiss the thirsty moms argument just because of the fact that you can see a thirsty mom like 5 different times in this episode if you look hard enough at different models. The same model that's dead on the floor in like the middle right, the one with the orange, that's the same thirsty mom that voted in the poll and the same one that got arrested. The same model, at least, I think. So I don't know if those are exactly it. They're just one-off thirsty moms in that one episode. I don't think it's necessarily going to be the exact same ones. It's just animation thing. They're not going to make an individual, unique model for everything. But it would be a pretty, like, dark backstory for all of those little kids. Like Brandon N7 said, all of those kids that lost their moms became Batman. You know, they all lost their parents, and granted, it wasn't in front of them, but they're all going to become Batman now. And if that was them, rip thirsty moms. Again, that's probably something we're going to have to wait to get confirmed in the commentaries if that is the case. But yeah, and then Ruby ends up telling them that, you know, it was Tyrion. Tyrion's here. And Yeah. Jacques also won the election, by the way. Surprise to probably nobody. But again, that paints the scene, that paints the picture for this attack as well. It's like, oh, we can't let Robin win. So Ironwood attacked Robin because he thought she was gonna win, but in fact, it was Jacques that ended up winning. So this, again, super fucking Watts is so terrifying, man. This level of calculation, he's so terrifying. And then the Stay here too. Okay, I liked this. I think Stay is such a broken ass semblance. He's controlling what, 7? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different people. That's way more than Emerald can control with her hallucination. And he's holding them there for like a good, like, 10 seconds, I would say. 10, 15 seconds at least. Right? Emerald, at most, can do 2 people before she starts getting a headache. So yeah, like that, it's even, the one thing about this scene that I didn't like, that really, like, irked me, is that when he snaps his fingers, there's no audible snap. Like, he does the, like, he does the the animation for his hand snap happens, and if you have subtitles on, it shows the subtitles say snapping sound, but there's no snapping noise. So that honestly bothered me a little bit, because, like, every time I go back and see it, I'm like, I'm waiting for it, and it's not happening. And also, when I first watched it, I didn't even know if he, like, snapped his fingers, because he just puts his hands up and then he does it, you know? And the way that he snaps it too, like, he snaps it and then I just think the way that he did it in the last episode was way cooler. The fact that he rolled his hand, snapped, and then pointed all in one fluid motion. Whereas this one, he's like, stay. You know, like, he snaps and then he does it. It wasn't, like, fluid like the other one. Also, the other one kind of reminds me of Roy Mustang from Full Metal. So, like, with the flame gloves and all that. So, yeah, that's what. Yeah, the subtitles say that he snapped his fingers and the animation happens, but there's no sound. So I'm just like, my brain. You know, it's just a bothersome thing, because I can't unsee that, and I hope they fix it in the Blu-ray DVD. So yeah, you know what this scene reminded me of? I didn't get the accurate shot because I didn't have the actual shot of it in my volume 4 screenshot folder. But this reminded me of the episode in volume 5 where Jean was healing Weiss, and then Ruby walks over and takes his hands off her to see it, like, he was like, what happened? What's going on? And then she removes Jean's hands when Jean's trying to heal her. And it's like, Ruby, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing that? And I think every person who's watched that episode, or at least reacted to it, made a comment along that line. It's like, Ruby, what the hell are you, like, what are you doing? You wanted to bleed out? What if she was bleeding out and he was holding it there and not actually healing her? Yeah, also, Robin knocked Ruby into, like, next week. You know what I wanted to do? Oh, man, I wanted to do it so bad, but it was too much work, and I tried to see if Ross could help me, but we just couldn't figure it out. Do you guys remember the shooting star meme? Like that, like do 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 do. Like, I really wanted to do one where Robin just freaking yeets Ruby, and then it does that. I really wanted to do that. There's a tutorial on how to do it on YouTube, but it was going to take way too long. It was going to take way too long to try to do it. Maybe I'll try doing it after the volume's over as, like, a post-volume shitpost. Another moment like that was the one where Elm just, like, stiff arms Marrow in the 4th episode, or the episode where they get their badge. Yeah, I think it was episode 4. That was another one that I wanted to do that, because she, like, just freaking blasts him into, like, next week. So I'm going to try to do it. I'm going to try to see if I can do it, just because that's the first thing I thought of as a shitpost, but I was like, I don't know if I'll be able to pull this off. So at the very least, I wanted to mention that was on my brain in case I can't do it. At the very least, it'll be nice for you guys to envision in your minds. I mean, it is an old meme, but I'm all about bringing back dead memes. I did, like, the freaking D's Nuts meme last year with D and Dudley. You know, I'm all about bringing... I did the Fortnite meme the other day with what Penny really saw. She actually didn't see Tyrion killing a bunch of people. She saw Yang doing a shuffle dance to the Fortnite theme. So yeah, I'm all about bringing back dead memes. You guys should know that by now. Here's a cool thing. You guys want to see something really fucking cool that I didn't even like goes over a lot of people's heads? Hold on. I just want to read some of my super chats. Someone says apple juice. Cassandra Todd, thank you for the $5 super chat. Venixi, I think that's how you say that. He looks like he's conducting. Yeah, I mean, Watts was basically conducting like his symphony right there. Like, I'm about to bring this whole place down, and Tyrion's helping me do it. What are your thoughts on Marrow during the... Okay, so we talked about that. Putting aside Faunus visibility levels, couldn't Marrow have stopped him? Yeah, I mean, if he had seen... We don't know, like, we know that he has to be looking and pointing at something and holding that point pose while it happens to keep them in place. So if he can't see his target, he can't... Like, no one even knew what was happening. No one knew people were dying. They just heard screaming and people running around and stuff like that. So yeah. Let's see. The Faunus triggered me. Yo, bro, Adam and I say hi. Yo, what's up, Hydro? How's it going, guys? Hope you guys are doing well. Sup, dude? Think you missed the super chat from a few seconds ago in the start of the stream. I understand the rambles happen. Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. I appreciate it, though. Thank you so much, man. I hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode, because tomorrow's is apparently going to be crazier than this one. Crunchy Chris, nice to see you again, buddy. Marrow can't see in the dark because he sent Blake to go investigate the mine. We did talk about that. It was mainly, I think, mostly just like he couldn't get through the hole or the space, so Blake did. So I think that was why. Marrow should have at least heard the screams and commotion and should have tried to do something. I mean, it really comes down to the stipulations of his semblance. I don't think he can just point in the middle of the dark and be like, stay, because he doesn't know what he's commanding, and that semblance seemed to take a lot. The semblance seemed to take a lot out of him. So you also have to take into consideration, like, he probably doesn't get to. He probably has to use it very sparingly. But again, long story short, this reminded me of that. But what's really cool are parallels. Parallels are really awesome. I definitely appreciate whenever they pop up. And there's one parallel that goes all the way back to Volume 4, Chapter 6, I think it was, when Tyrion first showed up and fought Team Ranger. And he looks at Jean and he's like, who I am matters not to you, or, well, you do interest me. Jean interested Tyrion. And from this episode, we see that Tyrion is able to slash through aura. And Jean has a lot of it. So that might be why. And this parallel is very, very, very interesting. That Jean has aura similar to like the yellowish, light yellowish aura to the God of Light, and Tyrion has like the magenta-y purple aura and eye color similar to that of the God of Darkness. Tyrion loves to kill people. Tyrion is the definition of destruction. He is the definition of like the end of life, like killing. That's his thing. That's what he loves to do. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he was related to the God of Dark. I would say he's like a descendant. And I wouldn't say Jean is necessarily like a preserver of life, but like his aura allows him, like he did in Volume 5, he was able to save Weiss's life. And just in general, he's got a whole bunch, he's got a lot of aura. And I don't really know what to say much beyond that. It really depends on how well or how much more he can expand on the aura. Also, he can potentially extend it, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, there seems to be some interesting parallels between Jean and Tyrion. And again, going back to Volume 4, Tyrion did show interest in Jean before we ever knew anything about Jean's semblance, or the fact that his aura reserves would play such a big role in Jean's like fighting style and semblance growth now. Maybe he's like, hey, this guy has a lot of aura. I wonder if my semblance can break all that aura he has so much. And his health regen is like instantaneous on top of that. So who knows? But I just thought this was a really cool parallel to mention. I did originally notice it on Twitter, but I don't remember who tweeted it out. I tried finding it, but I couldn't. So I was just like, screw it. I'll just replicate the images. These weren't the exact images, but it's basically the same thing. Jean parallels the god of light. Tyrion parallels the god of darkness, and they both have, he has an interest in Jean, but I just wonder if this means that them two are going to duke it out at some point. I wouldn't be surprised if if Jean's the one who kills Tyrion just because of this parallel. It could have like nothing to, maybe it's just in general of the fight. Also, Tyrion gave Jean like the hands during that fight in Volume 4, so I just think it would be interesting for these two to have a fight of some sort, even though I think it's going to come down to Crow and maybe Robin. But yeah, Tyrion is interested in Jean, and this might be why. But we'll have to wait and see, unfortunately, because Jean's at the movies with Weiss. It's also interesting that I'm wearing this. So, I would say, at the end of the day, and this is where I was telling you guys to remind me of like the drones and the technology and Watts and stuff. Because to be honest, none of this would have happened if Atlas just uploaded, if Atlas just updated Mantle's security code. And it's messed up too that it's been like this for so long, and that's another reason why I think Watts is from Mantle, because he knew so well how things are. He's like, none of the code's updated in Mantle, and he's like, I helped to write that code. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was during like the early days of Atlas's like come up and Mantle being slowly but surely kicked to the wayside. Legitimately, like at its core, none of this would have happened if Mantle security was updated. The drones wouldn't have been able to be taken over. The power wouldn't have gone out. Like, because all of that was literally, I'm not going to say at his fingertips, but we're at his fingers. Like the rings all control different forms of hacking for Watts. He hacked into the, like Robin Hill would have still won. He wouldn't have been able to hack the voting polls. He wouldn't have been able to hack and do all that crazy like deep fake stuff with Penny and Tyrion. None of that would have happened if the code was updated. And I don't know if that falls on Ironwood because he's the headmaster of the because he's the academy headmaster and he's the general of the army. I don't know if that's somebody else's call. I don't know if just in general that's just an Atlas thing to do. They just don't care that much to follow up with keeping things up to code. And now it's gonna bite them in the ass because now what's happening at Beacon with them hacking into the security and like taking over the airships and the robots and all that shit, it's now coming back on them with Mantle, which is right below them. You know, and the worst part of all of that too, so all of that deep fakes hacking stuff, Watts put together a video that shows Penny killing those people, and he uploaded it. That's the video right there. I don't know if I should have taken like a still image, but yeah, he like presses upload, boom, that shit's on the internet. Or at the very least, it's within Atlas because they have local comms right now, which, so every Atlesian and every, what is it, Mantillian? I don't know what you call the people of I guess they're all Atlesians because at the end of the day, it's the kingdom. So yeah, everyone in Atlas and Mantle are now seeing Penny. See, it was different for Yang, right? It was different for Yang because people saw Yang punch Mercury and break his leg. But in reality, that was the hallucinations playing its effects on Yang. But here, people are seeing video, and it's very scary, and it's very close to like real world, where you just see something, and a video can be edited too, and you would just, I mean, this one is seamless, just because the technology is there. But I feel like eventually that's where our technology is going to be, and it's going to get to the point where you won't be able to believe anything you see in video. You'd have to see it with your own two eyes to believe it. But But yeah, like Watts played that really well. Watts is a fucking G. He's a great villain. Very great, very compelling. He's made such a splash on Mantle and Atlas, and he hasn't even, no one even knows. You know, he's not gloating about it like Cinder. He's very cool, calm, and collected. He's not, you know, and it's cool. It's crazy too how well he and Tyrion work together. Because Tyrion, I feel like he did his own thing for a bit. And I don't know. I feel like these two work really well together. And I think it's because the brains of the operation, who actually knows what the hell he's doing, is so, it's so calculated, and it's so satisfying to see a villain like this. You know, they don't have to be crazy OP mega hacks like a Maiden or anything like that to get results. And Watts is getting results in spades compared to anybody else who ever did anything for Salem. And he's classy too. Like, that's another thing too. He has such a charm to him. He's a villain. He's leading to all of these people getting killed and hurt and murdered, and you would think like, fuck this guy. But like, as a villain, I admire him so much as a villain. I really hope they don't fuck him up, because I had a lot of hope in Hazel. I'll tell you that much. It was just Hazel wasn't ruined. It was just let down. His motivations, like, I want revenge for my sister who got killed by your teacher, or who was led to die by your teacher. If that's like the cut and dry motivation, I'd be like, hey, Hazel, you might need to reassess that. If she died from Grimm, you should probably be dealing with the person who is commanding those Grimm that led to her dying. But then again, that could just be innate. It could just be like, well, that's their nature. It's not up to Salem. Salem just controls them because she's the new big bad in charge. So yeah, I really like Watts. I love what he's doing, and I hope that they continue to make him into a great villain. I really think Watts is the dub that Salem's gonna get. I think they're gonna get the relic. I think they're gonna somehow kill the Maiden or find whoever the new Maiden is, whether that's apprehend Winter or whether that's somebody showing up. They need a woman to do it. So it either has to be Freya dies naturally, the power goes to Winter, and then Tyrion and Watts somehow get Winter, escort her to the vault. They have to get into Mantle. They have to get into Atlas, which then that would mean that they would need help from Jacques and his resources like money, connections, dust. They would need to find the where the vault is, which is in the school. They have to break into the school. They'd have to go through Ironwood and Penny to do that as well, and the rest of the Elysian military for whoever still believes and trusts him. That's not even taking into account if people find out about Salem, what Team RWBY is going to be doing during that whole time. Cinder and Neo are still nowhere to be seen. I still think it would be very interesting if Neo gets the powers to be able to go and take revenge against Cinder, who is a Maiden, to then become the Winter Maiden. But I don't know if that's like a long con, like towards the end of the series theory. You know, there's so many different points. I also found this to be really upsetting. I honestly feel like this guy voted for Robin, and you know what I mean? After what was said and after how, you know, he's not drunk anymore. He's got like, I don't know. It just seemed like after all the talk that he was saying about Atlas, greatest kingdom in the world and all that stuff, you know, a drunk stupor, I honestly feel like he's disappointed that Jacques won. And probably ended up voting for Robin, you know, hoping for that change, and it didn't happen. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, if there's any like arguments going in the chat, can you guys just like pull it back a little bit? It's hard to tell from text, but just you know. Don't forget, it was Ozpin who told Oscar the story, but he may be hiding the rest. Maybe Hazel thought that Ozpin said the entire story, but maybe he didn't. That's true too. I mean, it would seem like he did tell him the whole thing, because the way that Hazel was responding, like, she was only a child, she wasn't ready, but she still went. And there's a lot of descriptions and stuff about Hazel, especially from like Amity, that show his motivations and show why he despises Ozpin, and it being that exact thing, which is his sister went to his school, died during a training mission because Ozpin's like telling everybody about fighting Grimm and protecting the future and the world when he knows that none of that can happen. So, yeah. Yeah, so ultimately I feel bad for this guy, you know, feels bad, man. Another thing too, this scene here, this is like the closing of the scene overall. Look at Marrow. Look how exhausted this guy is. 7 people, dude. 7 people were affected by his semblance. And this guy can barely catch him, like can barely stand up. You know? Which means now he's got to go and fight all these Grimm that are infesting and like running amok in the city because all the negative emotions that are going on because people are seeing this video of Penny killing innocent people at a party that she didn't actually do. And the people who are there are also giving off innate emotions because they're all seeing these dead corpses. So Marrow's exhausted, so no stay for a while for him at least. And look at everyone's reactions here. Look at Ruby's reaction. I would say Ruby first more than anything because she goes to like give a handout for Penny and then she notices that she has Time's blood on her hand. I'm sorry, Fiona's blood on her hands. You know? That I think really like shocked, like she's like, oh shit, like, oh damn. I'm not sure what will come from that, but I wonder if they're slowly but surely leading more and more and more to Ruby's like the mental breakdown that it seems like they're building up for her. But yeah, like she's having that realization. Ren's on super mega high alert. Nora's trying to like keep him calm, and Penny's like, what the fuck just happened? Yeah, and inside of the room, yeah, I talked about that earlier, Nimble Fox, but yeah, there's also the there were some Schnee Dust Company crates in the room that Watts was in. And it might be the fact that he's probably somewhere that like Jacques owns because they're in cahoots and he's up in Atlas at this point. So yeah, he's probably like off in some bunker or some place doing whatever with his little stunt. Poor Penny used again next to Jacques. How? Elementary, my dear Watson. Oh, great. Love your content, Arnold. Thank you, Blue Rat 138, everybody. I literally fell for that. Are you still human if you don't cry? That is true. That is true. But yeah, ultimately, I'm just bummed out, man. It's like, shit, we gotta go through the ringer again. We gotta go through this again, guys. We gotta go through Volume 3 all over again. Way worse, I would say. Like, it's setting up for it to be even worse because things aren't stopping here. We have Mantle. This is the fall of Mantle for us. This isn't even the freaking head honcho. But, does this look familiar to anybody? It should. They're the same picture. 2 people getting framed for something they didn't do, but they immediately know that no one's gonna believe them. Oh boy. Yeah. A lot of shit's gonna be going down. I just don't know what they're gonna do with Penny, because if Ironwood has that same mindset, it's gonna be like, well, the people have already made their conclusions. We gotta shut Penny down. Imagine? I don't think they'll do that. Like, what's Pietro gonna say too? I know Pietro won't believe it. He's gonna be like, that didn't happen. Penny's obviously gonna say that it didn't happen. Ruby's gonna say that it didn't happen. They're gonna know who Tyrion is, but it's like, it's us versus them. And it's worse than ever because... it's worse than ever because... this whole time, like, Ironwood hasn't cared about his image or trying to quell things or settle things with Mantle or make things better there. And it just, that's the fuel that they're running on now. They're running on all of your past fuck-ups, and this was just the last straw for them. So it's unfortunate that however long this level of ignorance has gone on for. It's unfortunate, but it's like, yeah, now you're gonna reap what you sow. So what's Tyrion's backstory? We don't know Tyrion's backstory. We know his inspiration, but we don't know his backstory. It's a good thing Pietro keeps a low profile. See, that's another thing too. You'd have to expect that the people of Mantle would know that someone as kind, as giving, as earnest, as nice as Pietro wouldn't go ahead and create a monster, like a weapon of destruction in that way. You know what I mean? Like, he considers it, like, that's his daughter, you know? And he helps the people of Mantle in his spare time. He actually shows that he cares. So I don't know I don't know, like, for what it's worth. I don't know if it'll be worth anything to just be like, to have Pietro voice against the idea that Penny would do something like this, but it's hard to tell because, you know, people do stupid. People when people are dead set on side. This is literally like not really. It's kind of like mob mentality. You can't stop it. You can't stop something like that. Like, you just have to let them like run their course and just hope that you survive in the end. You know. Hey, Mr. Coleman, welcome back, bud. I don't know how long you've been here. I've been like rambling this entire time. Yeah, Ross. I mean, that's if power plants exist on Remnant. I mean, in Atlas. You know? 30 minutes-ish? Oh, okay. Yeah, and now Grimmer here. This is what feels like Volume 3 more than anything. It's that is like the immediate Grim that show up after this shit goes down. Like Mountain Glen. And their manticores. I'm expecting manticores. I'm expecting sabers. RWBY mentioned something called a megalodon. I'm expecting those too. Those would be pretty cool. Get some more new Grim throughout the volume. Shadow Wolf. I'm a mad lad. I can't stop. Dude. At the tail end of the stream too, bro. Thank you so much, man. Thank you very much for the overwhelming generosity week in and week out. I appreciate it, seriously. Thank you very, very much for the support, bud. But yeah, guys, that in a nutshell is the fall of Atlas. The fall of, well, it all starts really with it's really the fall of Mantle, and then everything else to follow. And then, as per usual, we have the concept arts. I really like the concept art of Penny, like with like her eyes glowing and the election results behind her. We get the height chart for some more characters. Ruby's 5'4", Robin's 5'11". Robin's 1 inch shorter than I am. Joanna 6'3", Fiona 5'7". And May is 5'10". Got some giants in here. Freaking Joanna 6'3". She's just as tall as the Aesops. But yeah, also Fiona time, best faunus girl of Volume 7 so far. Probably like confirmed at that point. Yeah, I'm 6 feet tall. Excuse me. But with all that said, guys, we got through this discussion in 3 hours and 55 minutes. 56 minutes now, which is very surprising. I thought we'd be going on much longer, but at the same time, I started way later. So if I started on time, we would have ended the discussion a lot earlier during the night. But I'm going to try. I really do hope that we can keep tabs. Also, I'm going to get rid of slow chat now just because I actually remembered to as soon as the discussion wrapped up. Woohoo! A new record. Yeah, I know. It definitely beats the 5 hours that we did last week, which is much, much better. All right. So overall, this episode has me concerned. My reaction will be posted tomorrow. I'm gonna do the poll before I end the stream, guys. So yeah, the fall of Atlas, the fall of Mantle begins. My reaction is a big one, as you guys can probably tell, for multiple reasons. The Renora reveal, the Renora confirmation, a bunch of cool moments in between, the fall, like, that whole plan, man. Watts is scary, dude. Watts is terrifying, and I love him as a villain. I really want him to become, like, one of my favorites. Like, everything he's doing is just spot on. He's calculated, he's charismatic, he's classy, he's, you know, he doesn't gloat. He does what he needs to do, and he keeps moving on. I love it. It's so satisfying to have of a villain, because, like, Cinder just keeps, like, winning and losing. She just keeps, like, losing everything. Like, no matter what, she's always losing. She's always taking L's. Tyrion is Tyrion. He's fun, but he doesn't have any depth to him. And Hazel has a hate boner for Ozpin, so it doesn't seem like there's much to him if Ozpin isn't in the picture in terms of him being a villain. Granted, that seems to be turning around right now with M and Mercury. You know, and M and Mercury aren't even really considered villains in my eyes. So yeah, we're in for a world of craziness tomorrow, I would say. Chapter 7 is 18 minutes, 45 seconds. It's the halfway point of the volume. Just a reminder as well, there's a break for RWBY Volume 7 on December 28th. So we are not getting a chapter on December 28th. So just a reminder there, which then means that there will be no RWBY reactions to be uploaded on the 4th. Because typically it's like we watch the reactions this week, like 1 week, and then they release the next week. But if there's no reaction on the 28th, there'll be no reaction to post on the 4th. And then it basically resets. And I forgot to mention this, I think, too, but now that we know the dates for the volumes and when it's gonna have a break, Volume 7 the Volume 7 finale is going to premiere on the anniversary of Monty's passing. The 5-year anniversary. On February 1st is going to be the Chapter 13 finale, which is, seems very poetic, of course. I don't know what's in store for us with that chapter. I don't know if they planned that specifically because of that, or if it's a coincidence. But it's obviously, it's an important and, you know, it's a sentimental moment for all of us, because the man who created the show, who really brought us all together, is, you know, he's no longer with us physically, but in spirit, of course. And the people who work on the show are still trucking along for him and doing the best they can. And I'm loving the show every step of the way. So, for those who didn't know, yeah, that's when it's gonna release. But with all that said, for those of you who are going to head out, I do appreciate you guys. We have just passed the 4-hour mark for the discussion. Hopefully it was fun. Hopefully it was entertaining, informative, something for you to do in your time spent. So ultimately, I just hope you guys enjoyed it. So I'm going to get this poll started so we can have another pointless thing to be upset about on Twitter and YouTube. But pulp versus no pulp, that's the real question. Oh my god, William, what are you doing? Come on now, I'm literally like minutes away from ending my stream. You can't just do that. Dude, thank you so much. Oh my god. Thank you very much for your generosity, dude. You guys are fucking crazy. All right, hold on. I need to get... Okay, how am I gonna... Okay. Week. Hold on. Hold on. Don't stop now. Wait, what? Mad lads together. Hold on. I hate wording my tweets because it takes me forever. I'm typing out the poll so that way I can let you guys know. Okay, here we go. I got it. Alrighty. Poll. Pulp. No pulp. You pulp people, man. I'll never understand you. Alright, let's do 6 days, 10 hours. Yeah, that's good enough. And it's good. Alright, it is now posted on Twitter. Have at it. I'll post the YouTube one immediately after the discussion is done. I'll post the link here too if you guys don't have it yet. But yeah, that's everything, guys. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the discussion. As always, I appreciate the donations. I appreciate the super chats. I appreciate all y'all being in here. We surpassed over 900 viewers, which is the highest concurrent viewer count for the discussions of Volume 7 so far. So I definitely want to say thank you guys for the support on that front as well. I really, really appreciate it. Ultimately, I just hope you guys had a good time. I hope you took something away. I hope it was informative, entertaining, worth, you know, if you had nothing better else going, hopefully this was a good alternative. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. My reaction will be posted tomorrow as usual at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on YouTube. I'll be in the chat talking to you guys in the live premiere. Tomorrow's chapter, it's almost 20-minute chapter, so all I can really say is prepare yourselves. I have no idea what the hell we're in for, but hopefully we can get through together. Anyways, I'm gonna head out for the night. You guys have a good one. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and I will see you guys next week for chapter 7. Take care.